What's up, my loves and fellow creatives? I'm sorry, I got a little caught up looking for some source images and some inspiration for today. So let me know if you can hear me now. And happy Valentine's Day, happy Love Day to everyone. I hope we are all in places where we can experience love for the day, maybe even take a little break, not be stressed out. And I was inspired this morning. I had a dream about my dad, and it just kind of reminded me how every Valentine's Day, ever since I was a little girl, up until high school and even past high school, I used to even be embarrassed. He would come to school and bring me something that was extravagant and that I would have to sit on my desk and, kind of explain away that my dad gave me a big embarrassing Valentine's. And then as I grew a little bit older, I understood it wasn't embarrassing at all. It was really what built a lot of my character and a lot of what I, expect in life, for love. And so I wanted to give a little bit back for that today. I'm going to do a design. Um, Someone sent me something like this, as a design inspiration, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Y'all are going to see what I do with it live. I'm just going to talk through the session. So that's why I said it's going to be a watch me work and a share with Shannon kind of therapy session. So get ready to hear some stories about my daddy. Yeah, I remember one Valentine's. This was high school. It was this gorilla that danced and sang, and he brought it up, and he would never like show himself. So he would just bring it up there, then drop it off. And of course, I would get it around like lunchtime. The office would deliver it to me or something. And there was this hip hop gorilla. And I remember the song to this day. This was probably what, ninth grade? And I'm going to recite it for you just so that y'all know I'm not lying. The song went, it's the time of year that's all about love, kissing and hugging and all of that stuff. Hearts, flowers, candy so sweet, gonna hit you one time with this little love beat. Hip, hip, hop, hop, Valentine's. And it kept going with the hip, hip, hop, hop, Valentine's. Anyhow, so just to let you know, most of the time, how I feel about Valentine's, especially for, our young ladies and our young boys, because they need to feel that love too, to know that it's not just a girly thing to have that love. But just to experience that genuine caring lets a person know how that genuine caring is supposed to feel for the rest of their lives. And they'll probably remember something like that for the rest of their lives. So that's one of the Valentine's things he would do. Um, and then, of course, it gets you a little attention, and all the boys are like, who gave you that Valentine's? And my daddy said that he never wanted any little boy to be able to give me something on Valentine's that outshined him. So that is really particularly why I think of him heavy on Valentine's Day. And then, as I got older, it was the text, the little GIF. So my daddy was sending me GIF text before I even knew what an emoji or a GIF was. Oh man. Okay, so what I'm thinking of for this design, I'm gonna recreate. I'm not gonna, download this as a image asset. I want this to kind of be like a grassroots type of design. But for me, I kind of want to see some arms hugging here. I feel like we're in a time where everybody could just use a hug. And with all the social distancing and everything that we have gone through in, these recent times, I don't know. I want to do an all over shirt that just looks like it hugs you. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. So y'all get to see my think out loud process. I want y'all to chat with me. I'm going to come over here and check on the chat. And see if I can do two things at once, which is talk and design. Y'all already know it doesn't happen quite that way, but I'm gonna do my best. All right, so I am looking for some arms, and I guess I can kind of show you my process too. I'm looking for some arms that I can use, and I'm looking at people hugging trees because when I think of arms hugging, I want it to kind of go behind the clouds a little bit. Like I said, I don't know where this is going. Y'all are going to see where it's going right along with me. Let me take all of these windows off and we'll just go with this one. And I have a couple of images. Oh, did I make sure that I selected large image? Yeah, that's a large image. And I would like the hands to, you know, kind of look a little ambiguous, you know, a little unisex, so you can't tell whether it's male or female, because I don't want to have to do different hands. And I want more of softer hands, not like so spread out, but I'm going to save this one just because it's high resolution and they are hands that I asked for. So I kind of like these a little bit. And then I even like the little kids' hands. I'm going to show you. This melts my heart too. So even something like that, if I were to do that around the collar, the neck, or whatever, it's just, I think that we're getting to a place where, you know, our designs really need to speak from the heart and convey something to people, move people. So I wanted to do a little something special today. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't look creepy, like some hands just coming around the shirt. We'll see. We shall see. I'm still looking. I think I got the one that I wanted from here. And I'm gonna work with pretty much what I have so far. Those look like good arms, but that's a kind of zoomed out image, so I don't know if it's gonna work for me. And I want something where somebody doesn't have like a lot of jewelry or long sleeves or anything like that on. It says hug a tree, not a person. This image here, let me open it in a new tab and see how big it is. It's a large resolution image, but this area doesn't look big enough, but this looks like what I want. I'll download it and see. All right, this is one of those times where you get to see my process from beginning to end. So yeah, this is probably going to be one of those long ones. I don't know if y'all were able to join me yesterday, but I did do, oh, let me show y'all real quick. I did kind of get everything uploaded for the little Shopify store. I figured out how to make this banner clickable. It did require some coding. So in class, for those of you who are going to be attending, I'm going to help you code that part of your site. For everyone else, it'll be recorded, so you can do the same coding, and then I'll include the code or the source for where that code came from. But yeah, I don't know why Shopify just doesn't make it so that you can click on banners. It's crazy. So yeah, I stayed up all night trying to figure out how to make this banner clickable. I'm not a web designer, but I tell you what, I told y'all that whenever I seek to learn something, I seek it as if I'm going to teach it, and then I seek it as if the answer is already out there. And that's what my daddy taught me too. He got my first computer. I was in elementary school, and we had that dial-up internet. The screen, it wasn't even like a color screen. I remember it had you could change the colors to white, orange, or green, and it was just like text. I don't even remember pictures being on that thing. But I do remember that he would do whatever in his power to make sure that we had resources. So we could never have an excuse that we couldn't learn something or we can't do something. We weren't allowed to say the word can't. So with these resources came great responsibility. One of those responsibilities was this this phrase he would use anytime we asked him a question, and it would be, look it up. So between the encyclopedia set that he bought us and the computer, which he said the internet had the answers to everything on the planet, which now he would be completely right. At the time, the internet was not that lit. So between the encyclopedia set and the internet, we were supposed to find our answers. And that just drew me to why I could not sleep last night. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to find the answer. So the answer was found, and I figured out how to make these clickable and how they go to a link now. Okay. So just, letting you know, those good old lessons came in handy. These are the categories here, and then these are the products. So this is what we're going to do together. We'll also have like some accent images that you can put in there, maybe talk about your business, maybe even put a photo of like maybe your setup or a bio about yourself, whatever you want to do there. But this is just a starter website where you can get going selling your designs. We did the mock-ups in class on session 122. So you have to have 122 done, and mind you, I also did, I'll show you, I'll click on one of these. That's that black on black look, but I actually really like the black on black look. But if you select the color here, the image updates, it's a very simple website, but it allows you to go ahead and get your ideas out there, get your product out there, and allow people to buy. That's the first step. Once you get customers and you start getting some money flowing in, then worry about, oh, I need this $300 plugin or this $200 template. This is a free template. This is the free template that is one of the ones that's included with Shopify. And all we did was jazz it up with Photoshop. That's it. So it's simple, it's clean, it gets your attention, it looks professional to me at least. Y'all let me know what y'all think. And, we're able to build from that. And I was, getting into what fancy stuff I wanted to do with it, like have the little swatch colors appear underneath, the little bubbles appear underneath the shirt. That requires plugins and codes and all of that sort of thing. So I did keep it simple enough that we will complete this in class. So as long as you're going to be restricted to 3 images, 3 shirts, mock-ups. You can do 3 variations of each one. So let's say you wanted to do this one with red words, black words, and blue words. So 3 variations of one design, 3 designs total. So that's 9 different images you'll have. And then as far as the sizes of the shirts, we're going to put those in. So basically by the time you're done, somebody will be able to click on your image, choose their size, order their quantity, add it to cart, and it will be a functional working site. Okay. So just letting you know, that's what we're doing next Sunday. This Sunday, today, we're doing the 101 design. So for those of you who are going to be doing that class, make sure that y'all join me at 6. If you have never done a class and you want to make sure that everything is on point, I want to be able to start promptly at 7 o'clock. So I don't want us to be dealing with monitor issues and you couldn't download this or anything like that. We're going to have everything ready to roll by 7 p.m. or you'll just have to watch and you won't be able to join the live session. You can watch the live session, but you won't be able to participate and get live help. So for those of you who are here now and you'll be there in class tonight, just keep that in mind. But yeah, I guess I forgot I stayed up all night working on this, making that work. I just wanted to show off for y'all a little bit. All right, so back to the original. Right, Sharon, you're absolutely right. Everything is a paid, it's so crazy now. They want these developers, and that's why Shopify is a good source to get things going, just, to start making some money. But eventually you're going to end up probably having your own site built and, more robust e-commerce solution that you can modify. If you're going to pay somebody to modify it, then it will be yours and it will work like you want it to work. Shopify, it's a lot of different ways you got to work around stuff. And I'm not for that. I need something that, you know, even if somebody sets it up for me, I'm able to go in there, modify whatever features. I'm not going to sit here and code a whole, you know, website or pay somebody every time I need something modified on a site. And that's kind of how Shopify is set up once you get into those details. So anyhow, but like I said, it's a powerful feature. It's kind of like Etsy. It has its own kind of search engine optimization built in. It's got some cool features now, I'm not gonna lie. So that's why we're starting with that. But that class is also how you would use those same assets to set up your Etsy store or to set up any, like, I don't know if they still have free e-commerce stores or not, but you would use those same principles, those same images that we created to set up any store. Okay, so we're just doing it for Shopify because it's the most popular. All right, so what did I say I was working on? I'm just staring at the same old stuff. Let me get back to work. 755 Media. I think, I want to say we did respond to that with the apartment number that was left out of the order. If when it comes back to us, we'll send you an invoice for shipping again, because we will have to pay to ship it out again with the corrected address. And once that invoice is paid for the shipping, we can send it out to you again. Or if you prefer, we can do a refund minus the original shipping, but I'm sure that you actually want the ink. So contact Erica Kane for that, because she'll be able to get that straightened out for you, okay? Erica Kane in the Innate Creatives Facebook group. Or you can email, you can do the contact us on the website and you can email us and she can get back to you on there as well. All right, so I'm gonna check on y'all's questions and stuff as we go along too. Do I use an Epson printer? Yes, I have in the past used the Epson 7710s and 20s, several of them. And if you check the link in the description of any of the videos or in the Innate Creatives Facebook group, I tell you what paper and vinyl and all kind of things that I recommend. I have links there. If you just type in the word supplies, I have a tag, a handle for all supplies that I use. And for the printer that I use now, I use an Epson 16650. That thing is a little beast as far as 13x19s go. And then I have an Epson 7270, which is a big 44-inch printer. And if you look up if you just type in 16650, let me just show you. I'm gonna do like my daddy said, I can show you better than I can tell you. So if we go to, let me do it with Firefox. So it'll be more representative of what you'll see. Control A, we're gonna do youtube.com/Innate Lab. So as far as any video, we'll have the descriptions there, but let me type in 16650. All right, so this long behind video, and actually I was supposed to remake this video and I never did. I just basically talked to y'all while I watched the video live. It was just too loud. It was too long. But yeah, this is a 2.5 hour long video where I talk to y'all about, I set up my printers, the 16650 and 15,000. I made a mistake setting up my 16650, so if you don't want to make that mistake, watch that video. And then I also compared it to this long printer here, which is the 44-inch printer. It's not a sublimation printer initially, but we converted it to sublimation. It is Epson 7270 sheer color. Boy, these folks advertising all over these videos. Let's see here. So that's the printer that I use now, the 16650. That's my little baby. That's the one I set up wrong in the first place, but I fixed it. And the True Colors ink bottles fit right into this, just like the OEM bottles. So I started off sublimation to start with. I never put the pigment ink in there. And that's the 7210. I'm sorry, 7710. I'm lying. That's the 7710 there. So I compared the 7710 the 16650, and you'll also see that I have the other end. I was trying to show you on the other end. I do the that's the 15,000. No, that's the 15,000 there. So I have this whole long old video where I had a camera attached to my forehead and you could hear every breath I took. Anyways, that was an interesting experience. But that I would suggest that you watch if you're considering which printer you want to purchase to get started. Also, if you want to check out what the big boy does, I compare that with this system as well. All right, so I like to teach you all where to find things rather than just give you the resources, because once you find it for yourself, you have that knowledge forever. Yeah. So the 44-inch was a decision because the all over started getting popular, and although I taught y'all how to tile, I did not want to teach y'all that. Because I loathed it. I didn't want y'all to feel that kind of pain. But obviously, you know, y'all been killing it with the all overs and the splicing. So that's why I created the template that automatically tiles for you. So like I said, we're in this together. This is our baby. All right, so let me do some work. I'm gonna turn off, I'm actually just gonna get rid of some of these layers because I put these on here just to give you some inspiration of how you do layout, but we don't need that by now. We're pros, we get it. I'm going to bring this image over from my folder. Let me go to my folder, and I'm just gonna drag and drop it over there because I'm gonna use it as inspiration, but I'm not gonna use the actual image. So the other thing is I'm designing this as all over, but of course I take the designs and break them down into 13 by 19s as well. And then you can break them down into anything further. If you want to put it on a mug or you want to put it on a pillow or whatever the case may be, I have a video that shows you how to resize these templates for whatever your end goal is. So if y'all ask me something 9 times out of 10, I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. And I want you all to have these resources. All right, so let's see. I think in general, we'll just start with the heart. I'm going to see if I can just find a quick vector heart, and I have one of my subscription services, and I'm sure I actually have a vector heart somewhere in my files, but sometimes it is so much easier just to refine the artwork than to find it on your hard drive or your cloud somewhere. So right now, I am looking for, and I just want a simple, you know what, I want a 3D heart. I'm gonna amp it up. Let me go ahead and log in and get my little image. Getting this one right here. Let's download. Show MD folder. Let's unzip it. And this is, I have the option to import the EPS or the JPEG version. Now I'm going to open the EPS. That means that it is a vector file, just so that I can remove that drop shadow, because I would rather put my own drop shadow in there. But if you were doing this, this is what I would suggest. Let's go. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to put that up on the screens. And what am I looking up? Remove BG. So let's say you found it and it was not PNG. Let me go ahead and log in so I can get my high resolution. Remove background. I'm going to take the JPEG because they also included a high resolution JPEG. I would just drop that in there, see if it would clean that drop shadow out of there, and it did. And that works too. So I can go ahead and download the HD version of that. And we'll just work from that. Then that way I'm not confusing y'all with Illustrator, because I can also grab the EPS version of it and do some editing. But I want to show y'all how you would do this without a whole nother program. So we'll just call this Heart 3D. All right, so already we have one of our little assets. Let's go on and drag it in here. And I'm going to kind of keep everything to scale right now until I figure out what I'm going to do, or if I'm going to do anything with those arms. Let's resize a little bit. I'm going to keep everything to scale. All right. Let's see. We need some wings. I like these wings are a little different, but I don't know that I like them in the capacity that they are, because I want it to be clear that they're wings, but still be able to bring down the opacity so it looks subtle. So let me grab one of my wings from which template? I think I have plenty of wings in this template. The roses design. Yes, let's see. Right click, I'm gonna grab those wings. Let me see which ones I have. So I'm looking for wings that go straight up. So let me see. Standing up. Don't stand straight up. I kind of need a more or less going out, straight out. That one would work. All it is I took them and kind of made them look quarter turned, but they are technically out. Oh, this is if someone was standing to the side. That one might work because I have a side and a side. Oh, I think that's it right there. That's good right there. I'm going to take those wings from this template, drag it over to this one. And this is one of those instances where I was telling you all that that I do a lot of like reworking artwork by borrowing elements from different templates. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel if you already did the work. Let me see. That one kind of dips down a little. Let me see. I might like this side one better. Let me grab that one. Yeah. Oh, is this the exact same one? It probably is. Knowing me. Yep. It looks like the same thing. All right, so that's the same thing. I just basically took one, made it a little smaller so that if you had someone standing to the side, it would look like they had wings coming from the side. So yeah, that's the same stuff. So we'll keep with this one. All right, let's see. We have two wings. We have a heart. We're gonna build our own clouds on here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and build some clouds. I'm going to take down the opacity here of the, well, the fill is still, there are two different ways you can change opacity in Photoshop. The fill affects just the image, and it allows the effects to remain fully opaque. So if I had a drop shadow, the drop shadow could remain fully opaque, or a glow could remain fully opaque. But if I change the opacity, it changes everything, including the effects. So you kind of have to remember which one. If you don't want the effects to be affected by the transparency, then you don't change the opacity, you change the fill. So I'm just used to changing the fill now, and I call it opacity because it is still changing the opacity. Maybe I'll say change the transparency so that I don't confuse y'all, because y'all will go to opacity and then this does the same thing, but it does it for everything, including the effects. So I'm gonna bring down the opacity or the fill so that I can kind of see where the clouds are. And let's do, yeah, let's go ahead and do some cloud brushes. So if you're in the one-on-one class, or if you've ever taken the one-on-one class, or if you are an Academy member and you have access to the one-on-one class, there are some brushes that you have access to, and you have some clouds in there, and some of the different ones. So that's the storm. I think I'm gonna do thunderstorm clouds. They look a little more filled out. Now, in order to do a cloud, I'm going to do a new layer, and I'm just going to stamp it. And as a matter of fact, I use the default black to stamp it with, even though it's a light cloud, because I want to see where it's going to go and what it looks like. So I'm just going to stamp. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is take that one stamp, Control T, and I'm going to treat it like it's just one little cloud there. And then I'll end up mixing it up eventually. So I'm going to go ahead and label this as Cloud 1. All right, and then I can take the same cloud, Alt, click and drag it, and I'm going to Control T to transform it. And then I'm going to flip it horizontal so it kind of does the opposite way. And then I'm going to rotate it a little bit so it doesn't look exactly the same. All right. And then I can keep doing this with that same cloud, just rotating it and kind of making it look like it's different, maybe even stretching it out a little. All right, so I got that built, and let me see, I think I may, let me take this same one here, pull it down, Control T, I'm going to rotate this one this way a little bit. And let's bring one kind of over here to just make that a little more dense right there. Bring one more down here. Now this is not a good flat cloud, so it looks a little forced right there. So I probably won't even do that down there, because I can get an actual sky image to kind of fill this out in the background when I'm done. I just want to make sure that I have some clouds in the front that I can work with. So I'm going to select the top down to the bottom and group those, and I'm just going to call these the foreground clouds. Let's do a color overlay of white for these. So color overlay, we'll do normal, and we'll make sure we have pure white selected. All right, and then I'm going to turn off my source image to kind of see what we're working with. All right, all right. Now for the wings, it kind of has this kind of holographic glow to it. So let's see if we can use one of our brushes to do something with that. I'm not quite sure what I'll use yet, but we will figure it out as we go. And let me turn my comments back on. Oh, thank you for my Valentine's wishes. Happy Valentine's to you too. And thank you. I'm glad that you find this valuable. I am so glad. This is melting my heart today. All right, so while I'm over here cheesing and stuff, let me get on this design. All right, so let's see. I'm going to, I said I was going to look for a brush that kind of gives me some kind of motion. Let me turn off my design for a second. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and group all this. Control G, so I can turn it off all together. We have like some flares here. We'll do the flares last. Those are little elements we can add later. Let's do something that has like a little whimsical feature to it. So let's see if I have something for that. energy is a little too intense, but I'm sure I have something that kind of could work there. Let's see. My bling is going to be in there. So in my spread love, I kind of have that swirl. I think that swirl is a bit much, but let's see what it looks like. Let's go ahead and do a new layer. And then I'm going to increase the size of this brush and just tap. See what it looks like. Now it does have a little bit of a whimsical feature to it, but it's too curved. Let me see, based on my wings. I could use an element of it, but it's just too spirally. So that's not what I'm going to go with. But I'm going to keep my layer, my new layer on there. Let's see. I like using this one too. I may use this and just bend it. Yeah, let's use that. So this one is like a straight up, it's a flare that kind of has a angled stroke to it. And I guess I can just make it for you so you can see. But let's see if we can bend that up. So I'm going to use that. Now I'm just making stuff up as I go along. So welcome to my life. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. And of course it's black right now. I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to see if I can get it to flow like I want it to. Let's do Control T, and I'm going to choose to warp it. And right now it's got like a 3x3 grid. Let me do a 4x4 and see if I can kind of make this do what I wanted to do. So right now I'm just messing with these nodes. And I'm trying to kind of keep the shape of the wings here. And I want it to kind of look like it kind of wraps around the heart a little bit because I'm going to have some transparency going on. So, yeah. Were y'all ever cooking show experts when y'all were kids? Because this reminds me of why I used to talk through everything that I did. And my brother would pick at me. You know, my dad didn't really say much about it. I think he realized that I was pretty much like a teacher by nature. So I used to have these friendship clubs. I would make everybody sing these songs and we would have activities. And I was a child. And I did this all the way up until like now. So it never stopped, even through high school, through college. It just never stopped. So me talking out loud, now I have a reason for it because back then there was no YouTube. So I didn't know why I was doing what I was doing. But that has prepared me to be, as the kids call me, a YouTuber. My nephew was saying the other day, can you believe we're living with a YouTuber? So this is the life. To be a YouTuber that's goals, you know? So I have reached goals. Do y'all know how important that is? All right, so I'm letting this one flare out a little bit. So what do y'all think about that? A little warpage, a little randomness that we think we're doing something with there. All right, and let's see. If I wanted this to look holographic, what would I do? Let me look for a holographic kind of feel. All right, and I'm going to show you what I'm looking at here. I don't want it to have texture, although I think that texture is really cool. See, and this is where, let me tell y'all what I end up wasting my time doing while I'm building templates. I find stuff that I'm not going to use for the template now, and then I'll just end up downloading a whole bunch of little resources that I never go back to. And then I try to remember what it was, and I end up re-downloading it again. So like, as I see this, I'm like, ooh, I can think of something for that. And yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it live. Y'all are not going to see my flaws and all on this live. But I'm going to choose this one because I kind of see Matter of fact, I wonder if this is seamless. Is it seamless? Does this repeat from there? No, it's not seamless. Let me get something that's seamless because I want to be able to see the colors repeat and repeat. We can actually make our own kind of holographic. Dang, do I want to do that? Let's do it. What I'll do is I'll bring over an image. So let me show you how you would create it. Jeez Louise, Shannon, what are you doing? All right, so that one has some holographic kind of gradients. And I like the little galaxy hologram too. Or holographic. I'm thinking this one right here is simple to kind of recreate. It has yellows, it has purples, pinks, it has teals, and then back to that yellow. So I think that's a good one. This one has a little more yellow and green. So instead of me downloading this asset, I'm just going to save the image and I'm going to pull it into my Photoshop so I can use it as reference. All right. So then that way we create a gradient that we can use over and over again. Let me go to my file, bring it in. All right, so let's make up a freaking gradient. Now, and then we can do a gradient map. Morning, book. Love you. I'm just working. You can tell them you say hi.
Hi, guys.
That is my niece Emma. She was featured once on here doing a design, one of the templates by herself. And, well, with a little help from Auntie. But she just wanted to say hi to you all. All right, so let's create this gradient here. So I'm just going to do a gradient overlay right here. And then I will save that gradient and see if maybe we can do a gradient map or something else that kind of mixes those colors up. Because the thing about it, the holographic feature, it's not just like a straight up linear type of experience. It's got to have a little bit of mix in there. So right now we got this boring little gray here. I'm just going to go to basics. I like to start with my black and white and then kind of build from there if I know I'm going to make my own colors. Now sometimes you can go into these and you'll find something that might look a little holographic already. Look at that. Okay, so matter of fact, let me start with this one because that looks very similar. And then I'm just going to pull some of these colors. So this first color stop, I like the orange there, but I want some more yellow. So I'm going to pick that yellow there. And I'm clicking on the screen here and I'm just picking up colors. So this pink, it looks a little muddy to me. So I'm going to pick a different pink. This purple, I'll go in here, pick that purple. I like the darker purple here. I feel like I'm missing something though. I'm missing some green. So like I said, we're just making our own little thing here. And then I'm going to close this folder and scroll all the way to the bottom because when I hit new, I don't want it to save in that folder. I want it to save down here. All right, so I like that teal color, but the teal color, before the teal color, I need regular old green. Maybe the teal, like this one, will go over more where the purple goes. And then I have a little bit like that sagey mint green down there. That looks about right. If I want a little more intense pink here, let me add another color stop and see how I just duplicated the other one because I just touched it. And then I can grab. I'm gonna grab that pink and put it closer to the orange. This is a warmer pink. And I think that's a good kind of holographic gradient there. So I'm going to go ahead and hit new here. And then we're just going to play around with this right now. All right, so we can always do, I like to do angle. And what am I applying this to right now? It's not up. Oh, I got to choose normal as the blend mode. I was going to say it's not doing anything. Okay, so I want you to see a few things. Angle is where it basically, if you see, it starts and goes in a rotation. But in order for this to really work, you have to start and end with the same color. Otherwise, it's very apparent where your color cuts off. So I'm just taking that mint color and replicating it for the first and the last color. And then if there's a color you want to stand out more, you just basically make that range a little wider and just let that happen. I'm actually trying to spread this out a little bit more because that blue is a little intense, compared to the other colors. And I could tone it down. Okay, so I toned it down a little bit. All right, and then I need to hit new because I want to save that as a gradient. It's slightly different. So reflected, what reflected does is it takes the linear gradient and it just repeats it again. So you get kind of two of the same gradient patterns just side by side. Radial starts with a color and it just repeats that color in a circle. There's very few instances where I use radial. So I'm thinking angle. Angle right now works for me, but we're going to probably use a gradient map of sorts. So, and then also I want to make sure that my fill, my gradient overlay, is on 100% opacity. I thought it was a little dark, so it needs to be on 100% opacity so I only see my colors. I don't see that black underneath it. And then I can scale it too. I can make the gradation be larger, smaller. Kind of playing with these angles to see what I want to touch, because the blue I kind of want to come from the inside because you're going to miss it when it starts reaching the outside. I'm just being picky now. All right. And now, just so that I don't keep focusing on this, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And then we're going to try a gradient map. So we have a adjustment layer feature where we can do what's called a gradient map. Now what a gradient map does is it breaks everything down into grayscale. So you have your shadows, you got your highlights, and your midtones, right? Well, typically if you wanted something monochromatic, you would do like, let's say you wanted to go from red to burgundy. Now let me just show you better than I can tell you. So let's say I wanted everything to kind of have, instead of white, I wanted it to start with red, and then instead of black, I wanted it to end with maybe like a dark maroon color, okay? So it took each of those values, and this is where it's important to kind of understand what the hue, saturation, and brightness is. So it took each of those values, or whether it was dark or light, the variation of that lightness or brightness, and then it replaced it with the lightest color, which was once white, it replaced it with red. And then the darkest color, which was once black, it replaced it with the dark burgundy, okay? So you don't have to stay on a monochromatic scale. You can go from red to, and I still choose like the lighter and darker, otherwise it looks inverse, and I'll show you that too. So let's say I was going red to blue, I might go to a darker blue, and I'm not going to choose a purple because it's already going to purple it. But now you see where the dark was, it is replaced it with blue. So you can do contrasting colors. And like I said, depending on if the colors have the same value, for instance, royal blue and red have the same value, okay? So they kind of have the same level of brightness, or if it was grayscale, they might look identical. So when you replace the colors with about the same level of value, it kind of looks like a negative of a picture. It's not very convincing. So what I do is I always make sure that I choose a darker version of the color, and then that way it looks more convincing. And then for the red, let me cancel that one. I might drag that one here and then do a lighter version here. So even if you wanted a monochromatic scale, you still are building on the same theory of lightness and darkness. Now, if we're talking about this hologram type stuff, it can look pretty funky if we go, let's choose our little hologram image. And there is no rhyme or reason right now with this setup why one of these colors is the shadow or not. So I'm going to try to use my eye to change the value of these. So I'm guessing that this is probably our darkest color here. Let's mix it up a little bit. And there's not a lot of contrast in these images. So basically when we're moving these colors around, we're just kind of giving value to the shading. We're giving hue to the value that's shaded in that area. So it kind of looks like a weird X-ray or something like that, but it gives us some like unexpected results versus a linear gradient. We know it's going to go from this color to this color to this color. When you're doing the gradient map, it's mapping those colors. All right, so I'm going to right click and create a clipping mask to just this this little accent here, and I'll turn it off. Let me turn off the gradient overlay here. And we don't quite have enough contrast here. So what I would have to do is kind of create, as a matter of fact, let's do this. I'm going to duplicate that layer. And now we see a little more contrast there. But let me create this as a group, and then I will apply this as a clipping mask here. We need a little difference in levels for it to read those. You see how choppy it is here? And we may or may not get it. So let's see. Also, you go to my effects here and make sure, I don't know why I have to do this. I have to change the setting so that when I apply colors on top of an effect, it overshadows or overtakes and has priority over these effects within the object. Okay, so reversing it, it's showing that this is our darkest color. It only has that black in there. Let's see if we play with these levels. I was gonna say, we basically need something that's gonna have some variation in it. There it goes. All right, and then I'm going to take one of these and pull to the top here. Turn on the effects. And then we're going to do some little blend if type of deal. Let's go to our blending options. Styles, nope. All right, lighten. And y'all see I'm randomly playing with this stuff. Lighten kind of gave me a holographic kind of look. See how some of the green popped through where the orange is? That kind of gave me what I want to see. Screen kind of does it in a little grungy way. Lighter color. And this is where we just play with blend modes until we get something that we want. Ooh, I like that one. Color kind of recolored it in a couple of different places. Let me see if I like color. Turn it off, turn it on. Yeah, I like color. So now, of course, I can go back and reverse that. I can play with my gradient map here now. Let's say I have a little too much pink and I want to introduce some blue there instead. We got that. Now, please don't think I planned this out. This is randomness. This is complete randomness that I hope plays out in my favor. Okay, so that kind of makes it look a little holography. Alrighty, so I'm gonna take that. Let me see if I turn this one off underneath. More intense, less intense. I like more intense. And then I'll take the entire thing and I'm gonna group this entire thing. Do a little groupage. And we're gonna call this holographic flare. Yes, Misha, we have a class tonight. As a matter of fact, if you are a member, if you are a VIP member of the Academy, which even if you join today, you will have access to all of the live classes that you can physically attend for free. And then you have a 75% off discount code you can use on anything else. If y'all remind me, I'll go through later what the Academy is, what the membership tiers are. There's 2 membership tiers. There's your standard membership and VIP. And we have a class live tonight at, it's gonna start at 7, but for those who are new, we're gonna open it up at 6 so we can make sure that your Skype is, not Skype, Lord, not, what are we using? Zoom. Went to the old school Skype. So we're going to be using Zoom to have participation live. I can see your screen. I can even take over your mouse if need be. And it is a full interactive experience. And that's what we do usually every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We host our live classes. And for those of you who can attend the live courses, you can purchase the pre-recorded sessions, or you can wait for them to unlock. So every course that we do eventually unlocks for you. So every single week you're going to unlock a new session. So I'll explain that stuff later too. Now here is where I was telling you, see how if I take down the opacity, it's going to take down the opacity of everything in this folder. Let me see if I do the same thing for fill. I think I'm going to do fill because there might be some effects that I want to do here. So if I turn down the fill and then I want to add an effect, let's say a glow, right? So let's do an outer glow. And the outer glow, it doesn't have to be white. I usually will choose white just because I don't have to worry about it blending or meshing with other colors in a bad way and making things look muddy. Let's do white, and I'm going to put it on normal right now. I'll put it on full opacity just so I can see what it's doing. And I can see clearly what it's doing now. I'm bringing down the size here. I'm bringing down the spread a little bit. Bringing up the size because I want it to be a little fluffier. I can also change the range here. Make it a little softer. And I said, this is just playtime. I don't know what I am specific, like I don't know the exact settings. I am just playing with it until I see what I want. All right, and when I kind of get it where I want, I'm going to bring down the opacity here. So then now I get that kind of glow on the outer edges. And then I can even do an inner glow. And if you don't see it here, just come down here and it's might be hiding from you. So the inner glow, if I want to do an overlay, it's doing it in black, but my opacity is down. So if I turn it all the way up, you'll see that black. Now this kind of makes the color pop right around the edges of the design. So I am going to play with the size and the choke here to get what I want. And I'm trying to show you all what these settings do. And I'm actually going to bring this down because I think it's pretty much covering everything right now. There it is. Okay. So there's a size, there's a choke. You have range as well. I don't mess with jitter. Jitter kind of makes it look a little grainy. So does noise. And in this case, that noise doesn't really help me. And now I got it to kind of what I want it to do. So now I'm going to bring down the opacity because it's a little intense. And then if you want to know what something looks after you changed it, go ahead and turn it off, turn it back on, see if it's what you want. And I think I'm going to bring the glow down a little bit. Bring the opacity down just a little bit. It looks a little more washed out. All right. And I probably will. I'm going to show you the difference between bringing down the fill. So if I bring down the fill, you still see that I have my outer glow and my inner shadow is still effectively there. But if let's say I turn up, and the fill down there. Let's say I turn down the opacity. Turning down the opacity turns down everything with the effects. So there's a point for both of these. Just to let you know the difference there. Okay. And then we can even do a layer mask to make sure that some parts are a little more faded off than others. I'll probably do that later. Let's just see if this is giving me the effect I want right now. And also, let me turn on this light. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. Levi. All right. Where are we? All right, so next, let's see what I want to work with. I'm going to turn off my image so I can kind of refer back to so this one is really supposed to be a part of this one. Nope, so I'm going to have to group it this way. All right, so I'm turning that off for a second. Let's see here. We have our wings. We can decide whether we want them to be transparent or not. And then some little flares here. So let me turn back on the wings. And I think now I'm going to turn this one off so that I'm not just like repeatedly trying to make that happen. And where are those are our clouds. Foreground clouds, I'm going to bring above the heart and above the flares. Then I'm going to turn back on my flares. We're going to turn that opacity down. And then on top of that, we're going to do some kind of bling flares. So for this one, I'm just going to use one layer and just stamp my bling brush. But normally what I do is I take each individual bling let's go with, want one with a little bit of meat on the inside. There we go. Now normally what I'll do is I'll just stamp one, and then I'm going to group that, do a color overlay of white for the whole group. And that way any flares that I put in this, and I think that's what I'll do, because I don't like when I stamp on one layer, lo and behold, I get disappointed in one of my stamps, and then I don't like the whole thing. So basically, if I keep stamping and stamping on one layer, I can't move these individually. And I don't really like being locked in like that. I like options. So I'm going to take this little flare here, and then I'm just going to duplicate it. And if I want to do different ones, like kind of mix it up a little bit, I can do, like I can call this one bling 1, and then maybe I'll do 2 variations of bling. So I'm going to do a new layer. I'm still using black to stamp, but because it has that white overlay, that's what I'm seeing. Let's choose a little bit different one. Let's choose one that's a little less. That's not like me to choose a little less. So we'll call that one bling 2. And then we'll control T. And then maybe I'll rotate it a little bit so all of them don't have the same angle. And then let's do a bling 3. I'll choose one that has a little bit more meat there. That one's a lot more. Let's try that one. And here we go. I'm going to control T, resize that one. That was a little more blinding. And this is, did I put that on? Oh, I put that on my bling 2 layer. I did not mean to do that. Escape. I'm going to control Z. I meant to put this on its own layer, so I have to create a new layer, then stamp it, then control T so I can transform that one bling. And that's exactly what I was saying would happen. If you put all your blings on one layer, you have to move them all as a layer, and then I won't be able to follow, like I kind of want to follow my lines a little bit here. So let's make this, I'm going to take the opacity down for this entire group so that it's not so glaring. All right, so I'll call this one bling 3. Now once I get them in place, I can combine these just so that I don't have a, really harsh layers, but I like to keep my options open until I'm done. Taking a little sip of my water that my niece brought me. All right, so let me do a little zoomage, and now I'm gonna do just some random placement and see what I like. Okay, so that's a fresh water. Okay, thank you, baby. right, so now I want to mix it up because I don't want the same blings like in just one area. So I'm just going to do my thing, make a few versions of one copy until I'm happy. Okay. I'll take this one now and same thing. I'm going to keep just putting it wherever I want. And I can change the opacity of some of the individual blings too, so that some of them are a little more prevalent than others. And I can also rotate them so that they don't all look like they're going the same angle. And this is all pretty much your preference, so there is no exact science here. And that one actually even just doubled up on top of another one. So I can also resize some of them so that they don't look the same. You see how much fun you can have with flares. Fun with flares. All right, but everything is neatly in this folder, so when I'm done making all of these blings and creating all of these layers, I can essentially close this folder and just call this my bling folder. All right, so for the heart, what I'm going to do, instead of making it red, I'm going to make it grayscale. So let's go ahead and do, I'm going to make it full opacity though first. And then let's do a black and white. And I'm going to right click and make this only clip to the layer below. So now I kind of get that grayscale effect, and I can always recolor it later. Okay, but because I chose black and white, I'm going to go ahead and right click and take this heart. I have to rasterize it. And then I'm going to right click and want to merge down. So what merge down did was it took that black and white layer, applied it down, so now my heart is grayscale. So far so good. All right, what else are we gonna do? I want the heart to look kind of like glass. Let me see. Oh boy. I have so many files on this thing. I'm looking for one of my layer effect styles. So So let's do, I'm going to go to blending options just so I can see. A glass here. Now you can develop these on your own. This happens to be, I got this back in what, 2010? These are kind of layer styles that are identified. So I'm going to go with this one, but I'm still going to tweak it because I feel like I'm losing a little bit of that puffiness that I had when it looked 3D. So I'm just going to play with it a little bit. Let's see the depth, size, let's soften that up a little bit. If I want it to look a little more glossy, I would take that soften down. But I want to see a little bit softer feel. So the contour here is a little bumpy, and that's what gives it that sharp edge too. And I can change contours to give me a different effect as well. Don't mind me, I'm just messing around. Little gloss. And I can save that as a new contour. Now I can also change the amount by which we have the highlight and the shadow as far as the opacity and the blend mode. So there's so many different things you can change. I'm going to keep this on screen and multiply because that's typically what you want to keep it on to make something look embossed. But you can bring up the opacity if you want something to look a little more extreme. You can even change the color here. So it doesn't have to fade to black for the shadows. You can do like a darker blue or something like that. I like to keep it grayscale, kind of neutral colors so that I can just do a color overlay if I really want to change my colors. I want to make sure it really pops out. So I can also go ahead and let's do a drop shadow. And I think I'm kind of losing it a little bit. It's a little too soft with the drop shadow. So maybe instead of a drop shadow, I'm going to do an outer glow. I'll turn my opacity all the way up so I can see what it's doing. And then I'm just adjusting here. Yeah, because I want this image to kind of pop out a little bit. Here we go. All right, so I'm gonna leave that alone for right now. I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get. If I keep playing with it, I'll keep messing with the settings. I do feel like, let me see if I want to change it to a pillow emboss instead. Let's try that. And pillow emboss, see, outer bevel. Nope, inner bevel is what we had before. So I think inner bevel was what I want to make it look glossy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on inner bevel. I just feel like I'm losing a little bit of my shape right here. So I probably could change the original to make that a little sharper there so that I don't really like how that's rounded right there, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Like I said, this is one of my things where I will be here all day making up reasons to keep playing with this thing. All right, so okay, it rounded a little bit there. I like that. Let me leave it alone. All right, what's next? Oh, same thing for this holographic flare. If I wanted it not to have, for the flares, I don't have to have them holographic. I can do a color overlay. So the same way I have a color overlay for the bling folder, I'm going to copy that layer style and paste it here on the holographic and see how it all turns white. So you'll have the white option and I think I like the white option better, but the holographic kind of brings a new element into it. And I think I'm going to use a holographic theme and then a traditional kind of, blue skies type of theme as well. All right, all right, all right. The other thing is, let me take my holographic flare. Where are my wings? So these are, I'm going to kind of squish these down a little bit. But you know what? Before I squish them down, I'm going to link or temporarily link the holographic flares and the blings with it. I don't want to squish the heart though. So yeah, let me just do Control T while I have them all selected. So then they all move together because I feel like I didn't want the wings to kind of pop down there past the bottom of the heart. I want the wings to solely show at the top there. So that works. What else? All right, and I'm going to bring up our source image just so we can kind of see. What do y'all think? Now I do like how this one has some of the clouds look like it's in front and some of the clouds look like it's behind. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my foreground clouds and I'm going to alt click and drag them below the heart and below the wings. Uh-oh, I missed and dropped them in the wings folder. So I'm going to alt click and drag. When I alt click and drag, it's going to create a duplicate. So that's why you see those double arrows there. All right, so it made those clouds really opaque, right? But my point is I want to be able to have some clouds in the back and some clouds in the front. So I'm going to just transform this whole thing. I'm going to flip it horizontal. So it kind of looks like it has a little bit of a different setup. And of course, these are supposed to be behind the wings and everything. So I'm going to make sure that it's not in that folder at all. And then we'll just adjust the clouds accordingly. So which ones I want to keep, that one I don't need. And then this entire layer, I'm going to bring down the opacity for them. So it kind of looks like they're behind. You kind of see what's competing here. I'm going to take this cloud and just reduce it a little bit. Same thing here. And then I'll call these the background clouds. And then we have foreground and the background clouds. And I am going to usually like to create a little bit of darkness between the foreground and background clouds, but I'm going to give that a little minute just to see what I'm going to bring in as far as the entire background. So right now we have like this really basic gradient that comes with the free. So this file right here, the outline template, is a free file that you can download from innatelab.com. And I have this in the adult size, youth size, toddler, etc. And the reason why this is set up the way that it is because if you design for the smallest shirt and then you fill all the way to the biggest shirt, you only have to design one time and you don't have to worry about trying to stretch your design out to fit a 3X or shrink it down to fit a small. You're pretty much just, you're optimizing your design process. All right. Oh, also for the wings. Let me go to my wings. I need to be labeling some things here. What is that? So this is the heart with the wings. Okay, and this is just the wings. I want to create a layer mask here. So I'm going to select, I held down control, I selected the heart, so I get the marching ants around the heart. And then what I want to do is create a layer mask for the wings, but I want it to be the inverse. So I'm going to select my inverse, select inverse. So now it has the outside meat of the heart selected instead of the inside meat. And we're going to hit this tool here. So now the wings disappear from behind the heart, but I don't want them to completely disappear. I kind of want it to look like it's still there just a little bit. Let me see this. Does the other one do that? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Not really. But I want to bring a little bit of it back. So what I'm going to do is get my soft brush, soft round brush, which is, you know, your basic brush that comes for free with your Photoshop. And if you're doing class number 101, you get these brushes. Or if you're part of the academy in general, your 101 course, which you unlock automatically, has these brushes. So we're going to download them tonight and show you how we use them. All right, so I'm going to do Control Alt, and then I'm dragging my mouse to the left to make this brush smaller. And then I'm going to keep it, the hardness at 0. That means it's completely soft. And I'm going to brush white. So black is going to conceal and white's going to reveal. So if you watch me brush kind of over this area, it's going to kind of bring some of that back. So it seems like a little more purposeful. And then if I felt like I brought too much, let me go back to the black. Black's going to conceal. I can bring my size of my brush down just a little bit and then clean that up. All right, so I am, so far, I'm digging it. I still have my little holographic. So once I'm happy with this, I can take this flare and I'm going to call this, that's going to be the right side. I'm going to duplicate this group and then I'll call this one the left. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take off my color overlay so I can see how that is working out. Control T is going to allow me to transform it. I'm going to right click and flip it horizontal and I'm just going to move it. I'm holding down shift so that it moves only vertically. And I'm going to get it back in the same place. All right. And okay, I was gonna say something is wrong because it wouldn't show my holographic colors, but they popped up. Cool, cool. What else? Let's go ahead and let me see what image I have here for my background. I may use this one. So this one I have I can put the cross in. Let me see if I want to pull both of these over just one. Now I really should have pulled this in from the all over version of this, but I'm just trying to see if I even like it first before I go putting a lot of time into it. So I want something to fill up this background. That's why I was saying I wasn't going to focus on the clouds other than the ones right underneath the heart. And I'm going to drag this all the way to the bottom. And it dropped it inside of that folder. So I need to make sure it's outside of that folder. And let's see, I'm turning the gradient off right now. And let me make this color fill white so that if I make this a little less opaque. Oh, well. I'm going to bring down the opacity here. So I'm thinking I need something with maybe less clouds, more blue sky, because I want to see my white clouds that I spend a lot of time building. And I think it's kind of blending in a little too much. So I got a whole folder with some sky somewhere too. Lord, let me find that. I'm just going to search for sky. Otherwise, I'll just go and download a new one by the time it takes forever to search through all my files, which have the word sky in them. So I'm going to take these out. I don't think that's what's going to work for me. I'm just going to use my little holographic color scheme for the background for right now. This thing I have so many files that it takes forever to search through them, and it really does slow down my system. I gotta do better. So I am going through some of my, if I can pull this over, it doesn't take forever to show and load. Oh, that's a nice one with the little rainbow. But I have rainbow flares that I can put on there if I really want a rainbow. So don't get excited about the rainbow, Shannon. Focus and find your background. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, where I have some clouds, but I have some clear. I think this one may work for me. Let's pull it in and see. Because sometimes what you think will happen is not, you know, gonna really give you the idea that you want. So I'm just dragging it in, resizing it. And then I can recolor this too, because these clouds are a little more yellow than my clouds, so I can always change those colors. And let me go ahead and just hit enter to resize this, because I need to close out of this other one. It's taking too much computing power. All right, so I think I'll do that. Put that on top. And let's choose the blend mode color just to see how it recolors that image. Kind of liking it a little bit. Before I recolor it, I am going to make these clouds, instead of yellow, be a little more white, just so I get that contrast. So let's do a hue saturation here, and let's choose, I think that's probably going to be yellows in there. Those are yellows. So we're going to take the yellows and bring the saturation all the way down. You see that? So it's taking the yellow out of the clouds. Let's see, what color is that there? It's still yellow. And then I can brighten it up a little bit. Now there is, it looks like, is that green? Oh, that's cyans. I don't want to mess with my cyans. Or do I? Let me see what happens. I take my cyans. And then I'll look at my blues. In fact, let me reset this. So I think I started messing with my cyans before I wanted to. So just yellows, bring down the saturation. And then let me do some levels here. So let's do levels. I want these clouds to be a little bit brighter. A little more contrast between the clouds and the background. Perfect. But then I want my clouds a little bit more washed out. I don't know. I kind of like it darker like that. Yeah, I think I like that. Wasn't intentional, but I like it. Like the kids sing, what can I say but you're welcome? All right, so little mistake, you're welcome. I still feel like I'm gonna leave it alone though, because I feel like I'm gonna end up changing that back cloud, or I can change my foreground clouds to kind of mimic that a little bit better. But I'm gonna leave them alone because I am going to apply the color overlay there. And then depending on whether I want it more pastel or more intense, I can certainly use my layers here. Now I'm going to go ahead and permanently take out that yellow. So let's go ahead. Cloud background. And then I'm going to Control T. Oops. Let me Control D to deselect. Control T. I'm going to resize this so that this image stretches all the way down to the bottom. So I am going to pull on it a little bit here. What is going on? Let me rasterize this layer because it's doing something funny right now, which means Photoshop is usually, when it starts acting funny and doesn't do the right functions, your Photoshop is usually tired and you need to close down some stuff, close down some resources on your computer. Okay. Cool. What else did I want to do? And this one, let's do something a little different. Instead of just having the clouds go all the way through the shirt, I'm thinking. Let me go to the very top layer here, close up my foreground clouds. I'm gonna do a new layer, and I am gonna just take those flares and just drop them across the bottom. Why not? Let's do our brush. Let's grab the flares that we did before, and I'm just gonna stamp one time and make sure it's pretty big. Ooh, not that big. All right, and I'm gonna stamp one time. Bam, there we go. So I'm gonna take that and then I'm gonna repeat it across the bottom. So maybe make one a little bit bigger and hang off the bottom here. Take that smaller one, Alt, click and drag it. All right. And then let's go ahead and group these. We'll call these the bottom diagonal is it diagonal or diagonal? I gotta check and see. I can't be misspelling stuff on y'all. Diagonal, right? Diagonal. All right. I was trying to explain to my niece what diagonal was the other day and I can't even spell it. Oh, Lord. All right, so let's spell it. Diagonal. And that's one thing about me. If I don't know something and I'm not going to claim to know it, I'm going to find it out though. I was looking up pronunciation or the pronouncing of certain words the other day live on YouTube just to make sure I was saying it right. Let's see. So I'm going to take the layer effects from the bling folder. I'm going to copy that layer style and then I'm going to paste it down here on the diagonal. And I may even bring that opacity up a little bit just to let it kind of shine. Yeah. We'll see how much we're going to play with the opacity here. But I definitely just wanted to have a different look at the bottom. All right, so that's that. And then I said I wanted to do the hug thing. Let's see how that works out. And it'll be an element that you can or, you don't have to put on there. So let's see how the images that I already collected, how they're turning out with this idea. And what I'm going to do is let's use remove BG. And let's see how some of these look once we remove the background. I don't know if it's going to give me the trees or, okay. And let's see how this one looks. And see, this one has the hands kind of overlapping, so it would be more difficult to move the hands independently. That's what I was trying to find, one that had the hands separate. Now this one's probably going to give me the whole tree, but I can always cut it out myself too. I just want to see. Okay, well it didn't give me the whole tree, but I also, yeah, that looks like that's going to be a poor final image. So, and then I wanted universal arms, but when I see these, I definitely think man hands. I see these, they're pretty feminine, but they can be universal. Let's just go ahead and see what this is even going to look like before I do all this planning. And then this look creepy anyway. And it may not be worth even the thought. I think I do have a couple of better images though, so let me check that out. I just wish they would give me both. It's like they're cutting off the hands. All right, so let me go ahead. Sorry, loves. I'm trying to download a different image and see how this one looks. Let's see how this one looks. Because this one I could consider like unisex type hands. Oh, I think this one, let me open it first. And how about this before I do anything? I'm just going to see if I even like this idea. Sometimes, and I should have done this before I even downloaded it, but before I even download stock images, I like to use the watermarked ones just to see if it's even going to make sense. And I should have done that first, because I normally don't purchase stock images unless I'm sure it's going to work for what I want, or I'll do this with the watermarked version. So I should have done that first. All right. So I'm going to crop this. Let's see if Remove BG will help me out a little bit. As a matter of fact, I can try the select subject feature in Photoshop. It kind of does what Remove BG does, but it doesn't do it as well. So I like to use Remove BG, but I will show you this feature here in Photoshop too. It has a similar feature. And maybe it's because I haven't really learned it fully. All right, so let me add to, no, I'm going to subtract from, get rid of this piece of the tree here. And it has to do a little bit of thinking. So as I'm adding to the selection, it's trying to think what's part of what I want and what is not part of what I want. So I'm selecting the tree bark here. So hopefully it can distinguish between the tree bark and the flesh. I mean, I would think it would because that tree is a little green, and green is usually an easy color to pick from. And then I have to get in there between the fingers. And this is normally the stuff that Remove BG is going to do for me, for the most part. And then let's say I get a little too close and I touch on the skin, then I can use the add instead of the subtract feature. It's doing all right. And then if nothing else, even if it's not a loved one, I wanted the hug to like represent, you know, a hug from God or a hug from the heavens or whatever. So we're going to see if I can make that happen. If it doesn't work out, it's just one of those things that popped up in a dream and it just didn't work out. So y'all get to see the process of what goes through my mind when I'm sleeping. And then I wake up and do my best to make it happen on Photoshop. That is one thing about Photoshop though. If you can dream it, you can create it. All right, so now I'm going to bring down the size of this brush a lot more so I can try to get that black in there. There we go. Because I can create my own little drop shadows. I don't want to have the shadows here. And then I'm probably going to have to remove that green that's reflecting off the tree too. Maybe this is more work than I wanted it to be, but hey, it is what it is. All right. And see how it selected that tip of that finger there that I want to keep. So now I'm going to hit the plus sign, select the tip of the pinky there, and hope that it reads that I want to keep that. All right. Now, a little bit more between these fingers. And I have to make sure that I am on subtraction now. I'm right in there. Stop being lazy and zoom in, Shannon. Ooh, this is the stuff I don't like. Ah. Okay. And if you can see, it's kind of starting to grab some of the color around the fingers because it's got a little bit of a glow from the color of the tree going onto the hands. And all right, so I'll do that, and then I'm just gonna say okay. Bring the feathering down a little bit. Smoothness I want to be up because I don't want those little jagged edges. No JE heartbreak. All right, so let's see what this looks like when I mask it. All right, so with it masked, I'm going to pull this on over into the template just to see if I'm even going to use this. All right, and then I can delete that one. And because these are different these hands don't overlap, I can basically do what I want to do as far as repositioning them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and apply this layer mask like I'm happy with it. And I'll save this as a Photoshop file just in case I need to come back and re-edit any of this. But once you apply the layer mask, it's going to rasterize these hands. So these are no longer a smart object that I can go back and grab that background. So it's just pretty much it for me. Now I'm going to separate the two hands. So I'm going to come here, grab this one. And then I'm going to Control X to cut it out, Control V to paste it. And this is why I was saying I kind of wanted to be able to have the hands separated. And that way I can kind of twist and turn them how I want. I can remove part of the arm here because I probably don't want that elbow sticking out there. I just wanted the hands primarily. Honestly, I wish this one. Don't wish, Shannon, because you're going to try to make it happen. Okay, so I could take this one, duplicate it, and right click, or let me transform, Control T, right click, and flip horizontal. And I don't want the hands to look like the same hands going there, but if I wanted that arm, I could take that arm, then I could take this hand, because it has a little bit of different positioning. But then the shadows don't line up and stuff. Most of the time people don't pay attention to that, but I do. And sometimes it's just do it anyway. It just is what it is. You can assume me because the shadows don't match up. Let's see. So the reason why I would do this is because it's really not that much of a difference, but when it comes to making something look more believable, you would believe that these two fingers had different positioning. If I had the exact same, positioning of the fingers, it looks fake. So I would be repositioning this hand to kind of look like it was going to go with this one. Maybe even scale it down a little bit because now it's not higher than the other one. All right. Just kind of following that path. And then I would try to match the lighting and brighten this up a little bit. All that good stuff. So for this one on the right. Okay, so before I do all this, like I said, let me back up and make sure that this makes sense. Because if it looks stupid, then I'm not gonna do it. So I want the hands actually to be hugging underneath the clouds, I think. So I'm gonna take these and drag them below my foreground clouds, but in front of the heart. All right, so let's see how that looks. And the other thing is, let me go ahead and group this whole thing. I'm just going to call these the arms. Now I'm going to go ahead and make them a little bigger because if someone was giving you a big old hug from around you, they'd probably be going across your shoulders. And then I'm going to fade off these arms, of course. I'm not gonna let it look like arms are on the shirt. Okay, so let's go ahead and preview what that would look like. Let's do a layer mask. Let me grab my soft round brush and I'm going to bring down the size of it a little bit. And white reveal, so black's going to conceal. I'm going to start concealing part of the arm here. And I'm not deleting any pixels. I'm just kind of painting off areas that I don't want to show. And basically, I can deal with some of the forearm, but I don't want all the elbow and all that because it looks stupid. Depending on what size shirt you print, the arms, might be just starting from the center of the shirt if you're doing a 5X or a bigger shirt. So we're just gonna kind of get rid of those elbows. And y'all let me know what y'all think. If y'all think it looks silly or it looks good, let me know because this is really for us. This is not just for me. All right, and then I'm gonna show y'all how to change the color of the flesh, because I think the representation matters. I know y'all know that as well. So whenever I bring in an image, I'm going to go, if you haven't already, go to the Innate Creators Facebook page, and somebody's going to get this template for free today. I asked you all to drop images that you might want to hear. It could be like your great 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 grandmother that you want to really do a and it doesn't have to be a remembrance piece. This can be like a ancestral celebration or a family reunion, that sort of thing too. So that is really celebrating the momentous occasion to honor this person. It's not necessarily, somebody that just had to have passed away. Okay, so I want y'all to know that it's like I said, this is one of those things I'm just doing from the heart today, trying to or I'm working on. I gotta stop saying trying to. Lord, if my daddy was here, he would not let me say try. So, anyways, I am working on when I have ideas, fresh ideas, just going ahead and working them out. So, a lot of times I tell myself I don't have time, and I really do. It just depends on what I want to give up. So, I have been making more time for you all because I have been neglecting my creatives. But do know there's a lot going on too, and I appreciate you all for sticking around with me. I really, really do. I appreciate you all for supporting by buying ink, templates, even just watching the videos. If you've never bought anything and you just watch these videos, you are helping, and you're helping to keep this thing going. So I got to give y'all credit where it's due. All right, let me close out some of these windows. Okay, so 7:55, you like it? All right, well, or at least intrigued, even if you don't like it. So let's see. I'll go ahead. I'm going to do everything with the duplicate arms, and then if I like it, I will show you how to superimpose that hand on that arm, and that way we have that variation there. Okay. And other thing is, let me go ahead and link this hand and this arm. I'm going to hit my little link here. So then that way when I move one, the other moves. So maybe I want it a little more spaced out. All right, so this is going to be our official hug shirt if this works out. All right, next. Trying to see what blend mode I want to use for this background. So that'll kind of set the stage. I like to select one of the blend modes and just use my down arrow key, because you never know what you're going to end up with until you actually see it in action. So lighten, I like lighten. I kind of lose a little bit of my clouds in the back, but that's okay. Screen, oh, screen looks pretty. It's very pastel. So depending on what colors you choose, it may or may not work with you, but screen works well with that, that lighter holographic feel that we created earlier. So I like screen. So just so I keep that, I'm going to duplicate this one, turn this one off, and then continue changing the blend mode. So let's see what color dodge looks like. Now overlay, there's one more thing that I need to do, is I need to add a black and white layer so that while I'm recoloring, my true colors are coming through. All right, let's play with I want my contrast, but I don't want it to look like a dark sky. So let's play with that right now. My full range of black and white, but I want some contrast in the clouds. So I think that works. So I'm going to take that level and I'm going to merge down on top of my clouds so that it permanently changes my clouds with that level change. All right, so when I put the black and white on, it recolors normally. And now let me see, do I need this hue saturation? Let's see. So let me turn off the black and white real quick. So this hue saturation was to bring some of the yellow out, I believe. So let me see if I have any greens in here too. Let's do the greens. Yellows I want removed. Do I have any reds in here? I'll pull those out. Any magentas I'll pull out. I just want to see the cyans and blues. So I think I got everything else. And if I take it away and bring it back, it will show me what I'm altering here. So I am going to merge that down. So I cleaned it up so it's not those yellowy clouds, but it still gives me a lot of opacity to these clouds, but also a little tint of color. All right, so now I can take this and we can recolor the entire background by just a solid color, or we can apply our gradient. Y'all know I'm always using some gradients. I gotta love the gradients. All right, so when I recolor this, right now it has overlay, so it's applying on top of the blue that's already here. If I want it fully to color this, then I'm going to choose the black and white here. And then this allows whatever gradient I have on top to completely recolor the image. And let's see if I go to color. There we go. So now color is working well for me. And then if I want more or less contrast, I add levels. And then I just play with those levels. All right, so I'm going to turn the levels off because right now I want it to look more pastel, but if I want darker colors, let's say if I was doing like reds and deep oranges and that sort of thing, I may have to choose to play with my levels just to get those really intense colors. But this is looking good, I think. So I'm going to go back and see what my screen versus I'm going to go with a more intense color. Why not? We can always, you know, kind of subdue the color and use the screen later if I feel like I really want to go with that really pastel look. All right, so I'm okay with my background now. I do feel like I have the greens, blues, purples, pinks, and oranges, and they're going to show up in every size shirt. I'm going to lose this green down here for some of the smaller shirts, of course. So if I want to capture that green at the bottom of the shirt so that it repeats from top to bottom, then I would have to modify my gradient. to show a little more green. Let's see, no, that's the top. I think I have it reversed order. So I'd have to pull this green up a little bit so that it repeats down here. And that's why I was saying I designed for the smallest shirt and then just kind of let the effects kind of do its own thing towards the outer edges, and then you know, a 3X and a 2X. The image may look smaller on a 3X and 2X, but I don't like designing for every size shirt, especially when I put this much into it. So I do my best to, from the beginning, start with the smallest shirt and then just keep in mind that I'm bleeding out to the largest size. All right, so then that'll have a little bit of green that starts reappearing towards the bottom there. And like I said, this is the gradient where I was telling you is linear. You can make it to where we use was it radial? Nope, that's not the one I like. Angle. All right, and that one kind of does you a different effect. You can change the actual angle. And basically what it's doing is it's like a clock. It's chasing the color around the clock. So you have to, with the clock, you have to start with the same color that you finish with in order for it not to have a real stark line out of nowhere. And so I think for this one, I'm going to go with linear. I like radial more, especially when I'm doing my tie-dyes and stuff. But for this one, I think the linear is making more sense. And here you can increase or decrease the scale of the gradient. That means how squished in it is. So if you're really trying to get that green top and bottom all the way throughout, you can squish it in a little bit. All right, so that's going to be, let's do 90 degrees. We get all our colors there. Worked up. Yeah, 90 degrees is good. All right, so I'm happy with that. Before I start playing with the hands and stuff, like I said, that's just going to be something that I figure out whether I want that or not. I want to take everything with the wings and all, maybe bring it down a little bit because I feel like we're going to end up putting maybe images inside of here. Oh, I was telling y'all, if you haven't already, I'm going to check the Innate Creatives Facebook and pick a photo from that listing where I told you all to drop a photo. So when I get to that part, if your photo's there and I choose it, then you get this template for free. Let's see, what was I wanting to do? I lost track that quick. Oh, I said I was going to bring this down a little bit. So I'm going to take my foreground clouds, my bling, my holographic flares, the arms, close up that folder right now. And I'm holding down Control as I'm selecting these folders. The heart with the wings, everything, I guess, except the background. And I'm going to bring it down a little bit. Now, I don't want to bring it down too far because I do want to make sure that this is going to print, the wings are going to print on any size shirt. And you all help me out too. What's some words we can use on this one? Because normally we have some text on here. So give me an idea of some words that we can use on this one. All right, next. Oh my gosh, y'all, I have not saved this thing yet. I am tripping and it's storming. I am really tripping. So let me go ahead and save this one. This one will be heart, wings, clouds, hug, arms, remembrance. All right, so I have to name it a few keywords that no matter what word I think of, I'm going to find it by those keywords. Let's go ahead and save that. And I may or may not finish with this one today because I do have to prepare for class in a little bit. So if I don't finish it, then of course we'll do another live session. We'll wrap it up. All right, so clouds behind the hands, clouds in front of the hands, and we're gonna do some words. Let's go ahead and put a photo in there. So I'm going to go to Facebook now and pick one of y'all's photos. And I thought also that this one could be good for, you know, like a ancestry and family reunion type of remembrance design too, because you can have the, you know, the elders and the ancestors, and maybe even put the, you know, put the older images in black and white to kind of signify that those are the, you know, the 100 years past, plus, you know, 100 years plus passed away. And then also maybe have the ones in color in the foreground to kind of show that those are the more recent of ancestors, and kind of, you know, play with that theme. I thought about doing that. But I know that takes a lot of time. Collaging, family reunion stuff. Whew. It's great. It's fulfilling work, especially if you're doing it for your own family, because it kind of draws you into your ancestry. But it definitely ends up being a whole heap of work. Oh, Charmaine, I like that. The heaven sent on the wings of love. I love that. So let's go with that. And I have your wings are ready, but my heart was not. I have that a lot too. Natural Virgo. That's a very, very popular phrase. Let's do, I like heaven sent on the wings of love. You know, and the thing about it is anybody can take this text and change it to anything that they want. So let's work on some text here while I can remember. And I'm just going to bring it all the way to the top. Usually my text is up top. And then we'll figure out what font we want and what type of way that we want to play with the coloring and the strokes. Y'all know I get loose with my gradients and my metallic looks. Y'all know how I do. All right, so that, and then on the wings of love. And then you might even use one expression, not the other. So definitely. we have something new because we don't have that expression yet. So that's why I look for you all too for inspiration. All right, so let me go to the Facebook group and hopefully my computer can manage this because it uses a lot of resources with all these things I have open. I'm going to go to the posting. Let's see. Oscar, this is a gorgeous picture. Okay, so I like this one, Oscar. Save images. So Oscar, I like that one. Annette, beautiful, beautiful photo. LaRoya. This one, she's so young and beautiful. Y'all make this hard every time I ask y'all. Oh my gosh, look at these young babies. These beautiful young babies. Oh. Now, this is a remembrance design. But I guess you know what you could do. You could take off the wings, and this could just be kind of like a Valentine's love type of deal too. So y'all have to let me know though, because one time I did a remembrance shirt design and I asked for people to drop photos and the person was not deceased and it was a little disturbing to them because they weren't there for the live. So when I used the image, I told them I was doing a remembrance shirt design. When I used the image, I guess all they saw was free template, drop a photo. So I don't want to do that. So you all have to let me know, Mary, whether these little cute ones are like whether we're celebrating the life on earth or whether we're celebrating life in heaven. I'm going to put it that way, okay? So just let me know, all right? So it doesn't have to be someone that passed away because that's what I tell y'all all the time. You can use these designs and these templates to, they're versatile, okay? So if I take away the wings, like I said, this is just like a close to my heart, you know? And it doesn't even have to be on the wings of love. It can be my heart is, you know, so and so, or we come up with a different expression. So let's do that. Let's do that as an exercise of the versatility of these templates. Somebody else give me a saying that is going to still go with this design. Matter of fact, let me turn off the wings for a second. Where my heart with the wings. I'm going to turn off the wings for a second. Okay. And I want you all to tell me if we were putting your loved ones in here, this was like a celebratory type of design, what expression you would use, okay? Y'all do this every time y'all give me these beautiful photos and then I have to decide. Okay, so here's the deal too. Y'all asked me to work on more remembrance designs. So if I do happen to do some more in the future, even if I don't use it for this one, if I use it for any remembrance design or any design, you will still get that template for free. So sometimes I may not choose it for the one that I'm doing live, but oh, look at this cutie patootie. Mary, why you do this to me? He's so cute. Okay, let me grab this one. And she's so pretty. Okay. And I would also like to show y'all too, like Lysandra, I don't know, Lashandra, I don't know if you're here with me right now, but a lot of times I get sent these images, and you all are sent these images too, where it's like a filter that's on it and it has like the hearts and stuff, like the one that you submitted. I like to show you all how to work with those instead of trying so hard to cover things up. You could actually use those hearts, especially in this particular design. So I have this is always the dilemma too, is that I have so many great images to work with. And also make sure that you submit a good quality image too. I think most of these are pretty good quality. Coming from Facebook, they're not going to be the greatest quality, but you know, quality in is quality out, and they say, you know, garbage in is garbage out as far as the quality of images that you put into your work. So just be aware that if your clients give you like a really bad image, then you know, kind of let them know, blow it up for them, and let them know, hey, like blow it up huge on the shirt, just to show them, hey, this is how grainy it's gonna look if we don't have a quality image. And 9 times out of 10, if they see it look that bad before you do the design, they'll go looking for a better version of that photo. Okay. All right. Ashana, Erica, can you post the link to the Innate Lab website and just type in the word free and you'll find all the free outline templates, okay? And Erica's gonna put that link in there for you. All right, so, man, I'm just overwhelmed with what I'm gonna do next. Okay, so I'm gonna do the black and white because Oscar, I haven't done one of yours before, so I want to do something special for you. And then, let's see. I would also like to do one that's not Remembrance. So, or even if it is Remembrance, it's just not, it doesn't have to have that Remembrance token. It can kind of be more like a celebration, like a birthday or a party type of shirt. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close out of this Facebook now before it eats up all my computer resources. And let's go ahead and start pulling in some images. So let's go to my folder. I'm going to do remove BG just to see if it works here. Okay, it actually did fairly well. I'm surprised. So I'm going to download that one, full resolution. Oh, 755 media says my heart chakra pumps love. That is amazing. That's what it should be doing, especially with everything that's been going on. I'm not just talking about because today is Valentine's Day. Anytime we can evoke love, that is the goal. That is the key of human existence. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to drag the photo underneath the heart because I kind of want it to look like it's inside the glass there. And then y'all already know, let me go ahead and pull it to the top so I can fade off the bottom of this image. Y'all know how I do. Regardless of whether you see it or not, I'm always going to create a layer mask, grab my paintbrush. I'm going to actually reduce the size of this brush a little bit. I have black selected and I'm going to fade off this bottom down here. And we're going to do this in class today. Y'all are going to do this yourselves. And I'm just fading that off so that it has a very natural progression no matter where I drop it. I'm going to pull it below the heart. And then I may even bring down the opacity a little bit so that it looks like it's kind of in there. And Shauna, with you being new too, make sure that you are in the Innate Creatives Facebook group. Erica Kane is the admin there, and she's my left and right hand, and sometimes even my left and right brain. So, oh, I wear my heart on my shirt. I like that. I like that. So, y'all see whoever comes up with the most creative text there. I think we'll do something special for you if we use the words too. So I'm going to give y'all credit where it's due, and I will give you the template for free if I use your ideas or images. How about that? So make sure you contact Erica Kane and let her know what it was that you contributed. So whoever Charmaine. So Charmaine, you would get it just because I'm using Heaven Sent It on the Wings of Love. So anybody else that comes up with the expression for the non-remembrance version, I wear my heart on my t-shirt, or my heart is on this shirt. Like, that will be cool too. I know we have one that says my heart is on that field. So y'all think of something creative, okay? I am banking on you all to do the thinking while I do the designing. All right, so and for for all intents and purposes, this is pretty much a final design. I'm gonna go ahead and turn my wings back on. Okay, and we can also change up the color scheme and that sort of thing. So let's stick with this one, and for this purpose, let's say if I wanted to do my hands in grayscale, which kind of leads me to where I probably am going to use the hands now. So let me go ahead and clean these hands up, because I probably have like 1 hour and then I have to get ready for class. So let's see if I can get this done and not get sidetracked. So let's go to where the hands are. I'm going to right click because I don't feel like looking for it. All right, so I'm going to bring the arms above everything just so I can work on it right now, so I can see what I'm working on. All right. And like I told y'all, I mean, it really wasn't that bothersome to see the hand look the same underneath the clouds. So I may just not focus on trying to blend this in, but I suppose since we're here, and I think I faded most of this arm off anyway. Let's go ahead and disable the layer mask for now and see if I want to take my time and make this match up. Oops, I meant to create a layer mask before I started erasing stuff away. I need to unlink these before I do my rotation because they're linked right now. So Control T, now I'm moving just one hand. And then I'm going to do a little bit with my levels to brighten this up a little bit. Kind of make it look like the same color as the arm, because the arm is pretty pale. Right click, I need to create a clipping mask so it only affects that top hand and not the arm underneath. That looks decent. So the hands aren't going to be just like the focal point, so I'm not really concerned with whether the hands are in the forefront and look too crazy. I just want to make sure that it's believable. So if I want to take this one now, I'm going to create a layer mask on this bottom one, and I'm going to erase this part of the hand. Okay. And I erased a little too much. I'm going to grab the white and bring that back right there. I have a little bit of issues with lighting and the shadows, but that's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and merge down my lightness here. I'm gonna merge down. I'm going to go ahead and apply these layer masks and merge these down. So now I have two arms, one here, one here. I'm going to do some levels right here. And sorry, I'm going a little fast now, but I want to, I would like to get somewhere near done for this. For this template so that I don't have to revisit it later. Create a clipping mask. And I'm kind of, it's blowing it out a little bit, which is not what I want to do. But I'm going to grayscale it and kind of recolor it. As a matter of fact, I need to pull the green out of this too. So that kind of matches. I'm not going to stress about it. Let's right click and let's merge that down. And then I'm going to, for the both of these, well, I guess I'll do it for one and then we'll do it for the other. Let's go ahead and do a hue saturation. I gotta pull that green out of here. It's driving me crazy. So the green, I'm gonna pull completely out. Now, if I pull yellows out, it's also probably gonna affect the skin tone. So let's see. It does, but it's cool because we're gonna recolor. So I'm gonna take this one and this one, right click. I'm going to merge that down, and then I'm going to take this one and merge that down. So yeah, it kind of took a little bit of the skin color out, but I just did, of course, what was it, 123. Let me see if I can just pull that in instead of having to do all that rework for skin coloring. I'm going to take the layer that I did here for the flesh tone. Boom. Okay, and I'm just going to drag this layer over into this file. And all I really want, and duh, I didn't even have to do that. I could have just copied the layer style. I don't even need that. I'm going to paste the layer style here. Oh, duh. All right, so what I do is I have a duplicate on top, and then I'm going to do a color overlay, because all this is literally going to be just a block of color on top. Matter of fact, I'll make it black just so we can see it. And then I'm going to rasterize that layer style. Oh, before I rasterize it, let me copy that layer style. I'm going to paste it here. Let's rasterize this layer and rasterize this one. All right, and then we will copy the layer style from our flesh tones we already created and paste that layer style. Paste this layer style. This one goes on top of this one. This one goes on top of that one. Now let's see. I'm gonna have to play with it a little bit. So I need a little more value in that grayscale there. So let me turn this grayscale. Black and white. And I'm gonna alt click and drag down here. Merge this down, so now those two images are black and white. And I definitely see now that I need a little more, I need some more contrast and a little bit more gray there. So let's do some levels. And I'm going to right click, create a clipping mask so it only does it to this hand here. And I'm going to want a little bit more gray. and a little less washed out. I almost need it to be like a 50% gray naturally without the shadows. So in order to see that, let me put a little swatch. Let me show you what 50% gray looks like. I'm do a little rectangular swatch here. And then I'm going to fill it with just double click there. Just fill it with about a 50% gray. So HSB, 50% black, and no H&S, that would be a 50% gray there. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to compare the image to see if I can get a similar gray here. That way when we recolor it, it starts from a mid-range. So we can always brighten it, we can always darken it, but if it's too blown out, it will never achieve a dark color. And if it's too dark, it will never be able to achieve a light color. So I am just manipulating a little bit to get what I want. I think I'm gonna be, I also should have smoothed out to kind of get rid of the freckles too. But it is what it is. Like I said, this is going to be an image that's more played on in the background. But this is important to me to be able to have the representation of all skin tones. All right, so let's go ahead, turn on this one. I'm going to turn off this hand here until I get this one right. And once I get this one right, I'll just duplicate whatever I do for this one and do it for the other hand. On color overlay, let me see what my colors are. I'm on color overlay here, but it does not appear to be overlaying how I would want it to. Let me see if I need to. Create a cookie mask. My overlay is on 100%. My effects are there. I don't have any effects on this one. I'm really trying to figure out right now why my color isn't applying like I want it. Let me change my blend mode here and see if I can figure out my problem. I may have to play with this a little bit because I'm not getting what I want, and I think my blend modes are off somewhere. Let me see. Here, here, and here. That's checked off. Okay, so doing it twice, overlay gave me a little bit more of what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna have to figure this part out. I don't want to take up too much time. I gotta do a little troubleshooting on this one. Because my shadow should not be that dark. And I'm having to basically, why don't I do this? Take this one. And let's duplicate it. Then let's merge that down. Yeah, I think my image was too washed out to begin with. So I'm basically trying to create color on a very washed out image. And that's what's causing me problems now. So I shouldn't have blown out the image that much in the beginning. So I might have to go all the way back and redo that. Yep, that's what I'm probably gonna have to do. I started with too blown out of an image. So I'm gonna have to correct that later. All right, so for the most part though, we can use what we have to kind of make it work. And then I'm going to have to fix this later. So I will copy this layer style, paste it on here, copy this layer style, paste it on here. And then we'll bring back both of the arms now, and then I will make sure to fix this later. So these two are going to be on top of the left hand, these on the right hand, these two will be on top of the right hand. There we go. I'll play with that. I may even have to do some different arms that don't have to be washed out so much. We shall see. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and place these below the foreground clouds in front of the heart. And then overall, we can take these and grayscale it too. Because if we wanted grayscale kind of to match the grayscale here of the image, we can do a black and white layer. And we want to make sure that that is clipped specifically to the arm. So let's right click and create a clipping mask. And in that case, we would go ahead and take off the color. We'll just take off the top layer of color to take down that intensity a little bit. All right, and we can bring back our mask here where we had faded off the arms. Let's go ahead and bring that back. All right. All right, and I'm going to, let me pull up one of my previous templates. I think it is one where we have a heart too, because I'm going to bring the layer style from that one over. It's taking forever for this thing to find all these files. There it goes. May take a little while to open, so y'all give me a moment. And then I've been thinking too, what I may want to do with this bottom is the polygons instead of the flare. So what if I can use that, the holographic paper I was telling y'all about? So free pick, I'm gonna do it. So holographic, that texture I was telling y'all I liked. Let's see if I can find it again. While this other huge file is opening, I'm grabbing that that holographic material that had that texture to it. I'm going to see about pulling that in towards the bottom. I also have some holographic type of glitter. Well, I'm liking this. This whole holographic thing is kind of giving me party vibes too. So let's see what we can do with that. I'm opening up a file I haven't opened in a long time from the cloud, so it is taking quite some time, and I don't know if me downloading all the stuff in the background is affecting it. Sure it is. And all I was gonna do is just copy this layer style. And paste that just to have something to work with. That's all I needed that for. And that's another kind of love design that we did before. So that template is on innatelab.com. All right, so all I want to do is bring in this image. I told you I was going to find an excuse to use it. I'm going to do a layer mask here, grab my gradient, make sure I have the black or the foreground to transparent selected. So right now the foreground color is white, but as long as it's foreground to transparent, I'm good. And then I'm going to bring it black to the foreground. And I'm going to start from the inside meat of the image. And I'm going to click, hold down Shift to keep it straight, drag it down. And then that just fades it off there. And of course you can pull it down or push it up as much as you want. I'm just gonna, well, you know what? Oh, shoot. I'll just unlink my gradient and I can pull my gradient down to whatever level kind of brings that up. And then, like I said before, we can play with the blend mode here and kind of get it to where it works well with this gradient. What did we have it on screen before? What was it, lighten? That's color. I want to do something that kind of lightens it up a little bit. And then let's take this. This is part of our background. We're going to drag it to bottom. Let me go ahead and save as I'm going, because I'm getting a little lag here, so just in case. So like I said, I think this will be a successful kind of like birthday type of design, or, you know, celebratory design as well. I'm just getting some other design elements here to throw in there with it. Does that really have the... I'm grabbing that image from... Let's see. Get the checkerboard out of the back of here. And I'm in Photoshop. I'm in Illustrator right now. I'm bringing over these vector elements now. Control V, it'll let me paste. Control C, Control V. It should let me paste it as a smart object. And this is where I was saying when Photoshop starts tripping and not doing what it regularly does, it's usually running your resources crazy. Kind of want to bring some elements into it, like I said, that don't necessarily depict it as having to be Remembrance, but I want some extra flair in there. I'm going to go into my smart object. I'll show you what it looks like on Illustrator. This is probably what's also wearing my stuff down. Let me see if I open this up and take out this background. I'm going to hide. Hide that, and then what I have to do is I have to play with the blend mode to determine which blend mode is going to be best for this. So it's going to update in just a moment. Just like any smart object, when you edit it and you come back to the program, as long as you saved it, which I hope I did. I'm not going to save that one. I saved the one I was working on. When I click anywhere else, it's going to try to update that object. And I didn't delete the background. What I did was I just made it, I hid that background layer. And then what I'm going to do is create a layer mask here because I don't like these abrupt cutoffs. So I'm going to take my brush here and make it a little bit bigger and just kind of fade off anywhere where it kind of cuts off real abruptly. I'm using my black to conceal. And I still want, my whole pieces of confetti to show, but anyone that's like really bluntly cut off, I am just fading that off. And I'll show you too, like if you're not crazy about like the pastel holographic colors, you can do, a whole color change to this. So let's see what blend mode we want to use here. I might just keep it on normal because it did kind of have that reflective look to it already. Screen looks good. And lighten, I think lighten kind of do. And I'm going to see if I have a holographic effect that I can apply to the text, because this one is holographic, but you see if I want it. It might just be the font that's throwing me off. Let's find us a good font here. So let's see if we can work with this one. Zooming in here. And I'm thinking if we just change the color scheme, this will look like we need it to look. So, and the font, of course. Let me save because this computer is lagging with the Photoshop pulling and the live stream. It is definitely causing a little issue here. So first I'm going to play with this font because of course that can make or break. And I need to turn off, for the type options, I have to turn off the all caps. And I need to use one of these new fonts that I downloaded. I tend to use like some of the same fonts over and over again. And one of my challenges to myself is to incorporate different fonts. But I'm running out of time. And here, let's go to the gradient overlay. Let's see if I just pick the gradient overlay that we already did, because that's a more vibrant color. Go with this one. Yeah, that works. And then of course, let's do Control T to transform that text. We need to make sure that we stay inside of our guides here so nothing gets cut off. And then also when I turn this into a 13 by 19 image, everything will be clean within those. Right. And y'all let me know what you're thinking as we're going along. I like to have your input too. Y'all probably underestimate how much of the designs I do are based on what you think is cool. All right, and I'm going to check this image one more time just to see if I got what I need out of it so I can delete it. Is there anything else that I wanted to incorporate from our original inspiration? I think we've pretty much done what we needed to do from this, so I'm going to delete it now. And I guess this is an exercise too. And if you're going to, recreate something versus take something, and that's an issue that we deal with a lot in this field, even among one another. And sometimes it's unintentional, but many times it's done with malicious intent. So if you see how long it takes me, literally working in front of you, and I'm not even done with this yet, how long it takes me to do this stuff, that's why I appreciate you all sticking up for me. I appreciate you all, letting me know when other people are infringing on all of this hard work that we put in, because y'all put it in too. If you're sitting here watching this right now, then you put in work as well. I'm going to reduce this because I want to see this color variation here. Come on, buddy. Here we go. And then since I don't have the link here, if I have the link here, then the mask follows the image. But if I unlink it, the mask is independent of the image and I can move my mask around. Therefore, I don't have to keep redoing that fade off. So I want it to be there. I'm liking that. And where are my flares? My bottom diagonals are on there. So I think I'm going to keep those on there. I think they add a little bit of interest there. And then what I have to do is kind of compile some of these effects because this file ends up being really huge, and I don't want it to bog down your systems. All right, so the On the Wings of Love needs a little love. We need to do a little something here, and I don't like to, I'll copy and paste the layer effects from one text to the other, but I usually like to create some contrast. So On the Wings of Love will probably be inverse. Let me take gradient overlay off. It'll probably be the gold, or we can do black. Let's do a color overlay. I'm going to choose a solid color here. And I'm going to use my color picker just to pick one of the colors from the design. I need something a little darker though, I think. Let me see if if I do darker, then I'm going to have to do contrast with the outline. Instead of black outline, I'll probably have to do a white outline. Let me see. Okay, so I can do the white here, and I think I just need to downplay some of this, some of the effects here. So I'm going to bring that stroke down to 6 instead of 8. I'll take this stroke and bring it 20 instead of 29. I definitely need something to offset it there. Drop shadow. I can probably bring that distance in a little bit since this is smaller text. And then I have that gold stroke on there. So if you don't like gold and you want it to be silver, let's do a new stroke on top of that. Let's do a color. And then that color, when it's black and the blend mode is not on normal, the blend mode is going to be on color. It will recolor that gold silver. So I'm going to do the same thing to the Heaven Sent, so that you have an option to do the gold outline or the silver outline. I told you I love gradients and metallic, so here you see both of those. Let's do the stroke. I'm going to add the same stroke, change it to color. I can let it be black because all that means is it's going to grayscale it once I choose the blend mode of color instead of normal. And that makes it, you know, of course, a lighter silver, but if you want to, you can make that a darker color underneath and it would kind of pop a little bit more. So this one, instead of color, I can do normal, but then I'm going to bring down the opacity of it, even though it's on normal. That way I can get a little bit of a darker gray. And I can even put this on multiply. There we go. Yeah, I like that. So if I take these two away, I'm going to get the gold underneath. Bring these two back. I have that kind of pewter outline. And I'll do the same thing here with the love. As a matter of fact, I'll just copy this layer. No, because I changed the size of all that stuff, so I don't want to just copy and paste. I'm just going to take the stroke and just add an additional stroke on top of that. Choose the blend mode as multiply. And pull down the opacity just a little bit so it isn't so black. And there we go. And then on the wings of love, I don't know if I'm liking the font, but sometimes I need to keep simpler fonts. I like to have extravagant fonts, but I do this too. Heaven sent. Doop, doop, doop. So I have the on the wings of love, and then I can take the on the wings of and reduce that down to just on the. And if you watch, if you're trying to snap something to the center, you normally will see a little pink or magenta line pop up when you are touching the center there. And then the wings of love, I'm going to make smaller. And sometimes I have to, you know, step away from this stuff because I get a little caught up and a little too crazy. And then I'll kind of have to scale it back a little bit. So this has been, what, a good 4 hours now. Yeah, and unfortunately 755 is not just one. It's been a lot. I usually don't address it. I don't address it unless it becomes, put it like this, if you all keep coming to me and saying something is going on, that's when I address it, because I feel like if enough of you are coming to me with something, then it is definitely of importance to address, especially because I know some of y'all are like my pit bulls, and y'all will get at them. Okay, so I know this, and I don't want that sort of energy affecting the creative process. So I'll nip that in the bud and usually have some type of conversation about it. But I can't stop it all, and I think, you know, in this realm, we all kind of experience that to some degree, and I hate that for us, but it is what it is. And I that's why I tell y'all I appreciate y'all so much, because if it weren't for you all, I wouldn't know a lot of what's going on. I try to stay in my little bubble. I try my best to you know, stay in a creative mode. That's why a lot of times I won't even get on social media. I do not answer my phone. If y'all don't know that about me, that's a part of me too. And it's because in order to remain creative, I kind of have to be in a mode. And one of those big things that throw me off is when I have to deal with stuff like, okay, stuff that grown folks know. That's not right. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I try not to raise grown folks, but sometimes we have to address these type of things. So shout outs to y'all for definitely letting me know when y'all see this and keeping the love. So speaking of that, if you do want to share anything, we have affiliate links, and you're absolutely welcome to share those affiliate links. This stuff is meant for you all to do in products, okay? Because here's the thing, if I'm preparing these files for you all, I'm preparing them in order to help you have an arsenal of tools to use when it comes to art, right? I'm not doing it so that you can, copy and paste and resell or share something that I put a lot of energy into. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because the folks here right now are probably not those ones that end up doing that. But it does end up to be a problem because if my work gets shared and I don't get compensated, then I can't put forth the hours towards this for you all. And then it'll be a few rotten that spoil the bunch, and I don't like for that to happen. So that's why I love that y'all come to me. It ain't no snitches get stitches type of thing, because y'all know that's street code, and this is art. This is a totally different thing. Okay, so I appreciate y'all for understanding that and for sticking with me, because this has been a ride. Definitely. I've had a lot taken from me in terms of like basically irreconcilable, not irreconcilable, but I can't even think of the word right now. My brain is all fried, but irreparable. So it's irreparable damage. Like, I can't tell you how many customers or clients that I may have lost because of stolen work or redistributed work and that sort of thing. So I can't get it back because it's already out there floating around and already out there being given away for free or being sold at a lesser price than what I sell it at. So it definitely damages the brand. It definitely damages what we're able to do as a group. So that's why I actually pay to have the affiliate opportunity for folks, because I would rather you feel like it's your company too, and you don't want your company to go underground. You have stock in Innate Lab and Innate Academy, just like I do. So 10% of it is yours, basically. So whenever you make a recommendation and someone purchases, you're getting 10% of that sale. So if you share that link, then you feel like this is your business as well, and you don't want anybody cutting in on your profits either. So we kind of become allies in that sense, and that's why I would rather us be allies. I would rather us work together than for somebody to try to quote unquote take me down by doing some mischievous stuff. Okay. All right. So I don't know how I feel about that on the right now. I'm feeling like I don't like it. And it might just be because this text is just real fancy and all over the place. So I may come back to that. And of course, I have to do my recoloring of the arms here, so I'll do that. So what I'm going to have to do is save what we have right now. I'm going to have to come back and do the template edit video anyway. So what I will do is the image that I selected for the template edit, you'll know once I do that template edit video. And I'm taking tomorrow off, so it probably will be Tuesday or Wednesday before I do the template demo. So once I do the template demo, then I will make the template available. I will distribute it to those who helped me with the template. So those who came up with the term, to the words that we use, the images that we use, that sort of thing. And so you want to be in the Innate Creators Facebook group, and you want to let Erica Kane know when I'm done with this design that you were one of the folks who are going to get it for free because you helped with the design. And she'll know because she's on this live and she pays real close attention to everything. Thank you, Simply Beautiful. It takes a lot um, to basically let us know what goes on in the world, and we know what goes on in this design world. Um, but I definitely appreciate your support, and some of you support me even if you don't need the templates. Some of you are really great artists yourself, and you still purchase the templates. You still support the cause, and use those templates appropriately. So I thank you all too. So, and I feel like we're growing, and pretty soon it's going to be unstoppable growth, and people will know, where things come from, and kind of know the style, so they'll kind of get the idea of where it comes from, and then they won't want to get it from other people. They want to get it from the source. So the more y'all spread the news, the less that type of thing happens. All right, so I'm looking at this. What are y'all thinking? Of course, I'm going to do a color change for you all. I usually do that with my demo of the template. Let me know, and be honest, because this on the is bothering me. So maybe this is all I change before before I close out the live today. And it may just be the font. Let me see. And I know I use the same old fonts over and over again, but it's because I know them. I think what it is my typography is not right on this. I've got these two texts that are really super tall and kind of taking up the same space here. So when I do my overlapping text in the middle, it's bugging me. And then also when I do multi-line of text, that's automatically going to give you a little extra mess to deal with. All right, let me see if what I can do for y'all right now is go ahead. Last thing I'll do is create a layer mask for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and grab everything and group it right now so I can create a basic layer mask, because I think I want to do a layer mask with hearts. So let's first start off with a basic little 13-inch by 19-inch rectangle. Now I have a whole bunch of masks that if you take the 109 course, it comes with those masks. But I'm going to create a new one. And as a matter of fact, I need to bring that file up because I have like a master mask file. Wait for that to open up. And then I'll put this one in there as a new mask. All right, so that's my feather one. Let me turn that one off. Let's see if is there one I want to start with to do? This one's going to be hearts. So I want to start with one maybe a little classy. That's one of my slates. And this one is the cloud. Let's do the cloud and then let's put hearts coming out of it. So I'm going to take this one, Alt, click and drag it over here. Control 0 to zoom in. I'm going to disable that layer mask and just focus on the main image here. Making sure that I get everything that is important inside of this area. So Control T. There we go. Then I'm going to get rid of this rectangle. I don't need it anymore. I'm just using it to kind of size up what I want to see. Now we're going to build out onto this, so I'm going to make this a little bit bigger because I'm pretending as if like this is my 13 by 19 paper right here. Yeah, Photoshop's tripping because it's dragging my images when I click off of the mouse. All right, so right there, am I centered? Here we go. All right, so let's do, I think I have a heart brush. I'm going to use this brush here. And instead of doing it right on top of this layer, I'm going to do a new layer. I'm going to stamp my heart. And then I'm going to Control T to transform it. And it's going to be very, very subtle. Like now you see it, but once it's part of the, because it undid my stamp. Here we go. Let me save because this file seems like it's already tripping on me. And then the YouTube keeps giving me warnings that it's lagging video on your end. So I apologize for that. But we're doing a lot at one time. Now this should not, oh, it moved it. That's what it did. Okay, let me just do a new layer because I want a fresh stamp. Get rid of that one. Yeah, this thing is definitely lagging. All right, and what we're going to do is just kind of build out onto the clouds and just kind of keep repeating it. And then I can grab both of them and I can copy both of them at one time. Then I can grab all 4 of these and copy those at one time. Well, I don't think I need all 4 because I'm getting a little dense down there. Let's just grab those 2. There we go. And then I'm going to take this whole thing here, group that, bring it over to the other side. Well, I'm holding down Alt to duplicate that. And then I'm going to take some of the hearts right here at the top and Alt and make a copy there. Alt, click and drag and make a copy here. So that kind of fills that out. Do the same thing to the bottom here. Alright, and it's just going to be a little bit different variation of what we had before. And this cloud, I think my clouds, it's a little too heavy on this bottom side here. So I'm going to clean that up. Let me get a cloud brush. And then I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. So see how I was kind of going past the line down here? Let me take this layer off. And I want to just work on this one. I was supposed to be on the layer mask, not on the image. So on the layer mask, come on Photoshop, work with me now. I'm just cleaning this up with the cloud brush. Giving a little edge up. All right, everything else looks good. So I'm gonna apply this layer mask. Does it clean that up? Bring this back on down to here. And then this is if you want your background to look antiqued, and then you'll disable it if you want it to look more like full color. But what I'm going to do is take all of these hearts that I just made and go ahead and make sure all of this is the same. I'm going to merge those. And then I'm going to bring this back over to my mask so that I'll have that for the future. I'm just going to fit it to this page. And then that will be my corrected mask for the clouds too, because that cloud one is a little off. So I'm going to delete my old cloud one. All right, so back to this. So if you want the hearts, it'll be there. If you don't want the hearts, it will not. I'm going to delete this because I do want this to be an intense. We spent a lot of time making this color, so I don't want it to look washed out. I want it to be true. Let's do this. I want this to act as a single layer mask. So I am going to group this and then call it the heart cloud layer mask. So if you don't want the hearts, you'll be able to turn it off. I'm going to make it a smart object. Convert to smart object. Okay, so it is a layer mask. Now, how this works is I'm going to control click it. It's going to select the pixels, the active pixels, and then I'm going to select this whole group and create a layer mask. It might take a little second to work. There it goes. And let me create a new fill layer outside of this just so you can see what it looks like. So I'm going to do a solid color. Yeah, I'm getting a little lag over here. Bring it to the back. All right, so you see how now those hearts kind of work its way into the design. But let's say you don't want the hearts. If you don't want the hearts, I'm going to have an alternative mask. So we'll double click on this one. We will turn the hearts off. Hit yes to update that. I don't know why it's previewing that way either, so. All right, so now that the hearts are off, if I turn this on, I should get the cloud mask without the hearts. So I'm going to control select that now, and I'm going to create an alternate mask. I just have to have something to clip it to real quick. And that could be any layer. As a matter of fact, let's group that and we can apply it to this group. And it's just taking a little time, I think. Or did I not do it? No, I hit the button. It's just taking its time, so let me let it do its work. Oh, I know what it is. When Photoshop starts acting up and getting slow on me, these buttons don't work. So I am going to do a layer mask manually by going to layer, layer mask, and I'm going to reveal the selection. Okay, and then what I can do is disable this one. We'll take the hearts away. All right, so now you have just the clouds here. And y'all know how I like to do. I don't like the layer mask on everything. I just like the layer mask on the background area. So I'm going to disable this one for right now. Disable that layer mask. And I'm going to take this layer mask and drag it to all of my background elements. So everything that's considered background, I'm going to go ahead and group it. And let's call this group background all. And I'm going to take that layer mask that we created and just drag it down to that layer instead. So everything else kind of pops out of that background. So let's take it, Alt, click and drag. There we go. And we'll kind of see some things pop out. So the flares need to be in this area. So let's take the bottom diagonal flares and we're going to drop them inside of that background all, because I want it to clip as well. I'll still put it on top of everything though. And give it a little second. Okay. And I like how my wings are popping out here. And this is where it kind of makes me understand that I don't even need the arms to come out this far. So let's go to our arms. And I'm going to fade it off even more from the outside here. And I can use my cloud brush if I wanted to. Kind of make it look like the arms are coming from the clouds, instead of using the soft round brush. That's just an idea there. And yeah, my shortcuts aren't working. Let me bring this down. I want to bring back some of the hands a little bit, and I'm going to turn on the white, and I'm going to bring the arms back kind of as its own cloud. And because I'm doing white, it's bringing it back just a little bit. And we won't see it unless we turn off this layer mask. So let's disable layer mask now. Let's see how our design looks as an all over, and then we'll compare it to how it looks as so all over. So I think even these hands, I'm going to leave the hand, the arm, like this forearm extension on for the all over. And then I'm going to take this layer mask and make sure that the layer mask, I can pull it to where the arms are, because I don't want the arms to pop out like that. Neither do I want the foreground clouds. No, the foreground clouds look good popping out. I'm going to leave that. My bling is still on there. It's okay if that pops out. My flares are okay if it pops out. It's extending a little bit. But no, my flare, see how my flares are kind of hanging out way too much? So if I try to crop this to a 13 by 19, I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. So I'm going to take the wings. My heart with the wings. So I'm going to leave my heart the same size. I need my wings. Which I'm going to have to redo my layer mask here. So I'm just going to go ahead and unlink it right now. I need my wings a little bit smaller, which also means that I need my holographic flares to go with them and my blings. And I'm going to go ahead and link these now so that when I change one, they should all change together. I'm going to pull this in a little bit because I wanted to pop out of the layer mask. I wanted to pop out the layer mask, but not so much that it gets cut off by the printer when I print. So I wanted to have some, very opaque extension past the mask, but I don't want the printer to cut it off and you're like, oh shoot, why do I have a sharp line there? I worked so hard to let it look seamless. And I think that works. And so this is what I'm saying too. Sometimes you design something for all over and you have to optimize it for 13 by 19. So I try to do it to where it can work for both. And then what I normally do, once I turn this into a 13 by 19, I'll actually bring this text down to take up this bottom part a little bit more, let more of the image show up top. And that's just something that I do. When I make a 13 by 19 version of the all over, I'm still modifying it a little bit. It's not just a clip and go. All right, so now I'm going to take the arms there. I'm going to group the arms again, and then I'm going to put this layer mask on the arms. So take that layer mask, Alt, click, and drag it. There it goes. So now those arms are clipped for the 13 by 19 solution anyway. All right, and like I said, for 13 by 19, I'm not done with this, but when I am done with it, I'll take this and make this a 13 by 19 design by cropping it down, moving this text down, maybe even moving the text a little bit bigger so that it looks like it really fills out that 13 by 19 size paper. Well, Sharon, come on to class tonight. You don't have to worry about images. You just need one image tonight, Sharon. And tonight is the night when we do the class. You're going to be building from the ground up. So the same thing that I did today. I showed you the blank all over template, and I just pulled my images into here. I used brushes. You're going to be using brushes. Matter of fact, you can do what I did tonight in class, because if you are a 200 level member, and you're confident with the with all of the things that we're doing tonight, which is bringing the image in, fading the images off so that it doesn't have those hard lines on it. You're going to be installing fonts. You're going to be using the brushes. So if you are confident in that part of it, the 200 level students tonight get to play with the extra brushes like I did today. So you get to play with the cloud brushes. Everybody else is on the 100 level. We're going to stick with the paint splashes because that's the most common kind of theme. And I want you all to get comfortable with that as beginner level students. So Sharon, I understand you because I kind of need to take a break before class tonight. So if you can't make it, come on. You already paid for it, Sharon. You have your subscription. Come on. So for those of you, yes, y'all are asking about the membership. Okay, let me save what I'm working on because I get to talking and Photoshop might get to tripping. Let me go ahead and save this. I'm also going to duplicate that. Boom. Merge those. Boom. So now I have a heart with the clouds. And I'll show you these little layer masks, the layer mask you can remix. So I'm going to take that one and I'm going to remix it with one of my slates. So let me click and drag this one down here. See how that looks. Boom. Control T. So now I have hearts with, you know, one of my grunge outlines. I'll call that hearts frame. Duplicate that one. And let's merge those. There we go. So now it looks a little more opaque with the hearts. Yeah. So I have fun using these layer masks. I have a whole class on, what is it 110? We created let me just pull it up. I don't know why I'm trying to remember something. I already told y'all my mind is not for remembering. I remember so much I have to push things out of my mind, like I have to push my personal memories out. What am I looking for? Oh, Academy. So for those of you who are interested in doing class tonight or who've already signed up for class tonight, I'm going to briefly go over what we have to have done and what we're doing. We are doing the 101 course. So this is any 100 level course is for someone who has never done Photoshop before, up to people who are comfortable with Photoshop but just wants to learn some design skills. Okay, so the 100 level course that we're doing tonight is, let me go to the live interactive courses. It's going to be this one right here. Now with this course, we are going to be downloading and installing our brushes. So our brush pack that I used today, we're going to be using that. And for the 100 level students, you're only going to be using the paint splash folder. For my 200 level students, you get to go outside of that folder and use different brushes, okay? Because you're going to have a little bit of downtime because we're going to be doing everything. We're going to be baby stepping through this design process. So everything from installing the font to typing with the text tool, to installing the brushes, to using the brushes like we did today, importing the image, using the Remove BG website to take out the background of the image. We're going to be doing all of those steps. And most of my 200 level students, you're already familiar with how to do all of those steps. So what I expect you to do is already have your images cut out. You can do one image. Sharon, you don't have to do multiple images. You can just choose one image. The thing that you're going to focus on tonight, though, is how do I artistically use my brushes? How do I use the clouds or the flares or the little swirls or whatever else you want to use? That's what y'all are going to be playing with tonight, because really and truly, that's you building your design style. Sharon, you won't get sent to timeout. But I love you whether you come or not, okay? But definitely, I think you'll benefit from it. Rona, I'll update the mask for 110. So 110, I was mentioning what 110 is. Okay, so for tonight though, all you need to have for a 100 level course, just make sure that you downloaded all your files, like the homework says, download it into your Innate Academy 101 folder. Have everything in one folder. It will make life so much simpler for you and for me, okay? The only thing that you need to provide for tonight is a photo. And you don't even have to cut the background out of it, because we're going to do that together. Okay. So we are literally going to baby step you through everything you will need to create your t-shirt design. And then after 101, you're going to be cut loose, and you're going to have so much fun in the other courses, because you'll have the basics down packed, and you'll understand, how do I change this blend mode, or how do I do a color overlay? All of those things you'll understand once you get into those next level. Even though they're 100 level courses, you'll be able to use those templates and tools and take off. Okay, so 101, for those who have never taken an Innate Academy course, this is the only time that we come early. You can ask Erica Kane and Corey and everybody else who's been the OGs of the group. We don't come to class early to help everybody set up. We expect you to already know how to get your Zoom going and all of that. So for this class though, we have so many that are first timers that we're going to come at 6 o'clock, just to make sure that your Zoom is working, your dual screens aren't messing up on you, that you have all your files downloaded. We're going to check your files like ahead of time. Make sure your folder has everything that you need for tonight, because once we get started, it is a little difficult. It's very difficult. It's not a little difficult. It's very difficult to catch somebody up on, hey, let me help you download this file that should have been done before class. Or, let me make sure your Zoom is working, even though you came to class 5 minutes late and Zoom was supposed to, already be on point by 6. We offered that help for free at 6. So y'all, please take advantage of that time that we're going to do this. This is the only time that we're going to do it. And it's because we are re-recording the 101 course, and I really want this re-record to not have anybody with technical difficulties on Zoom and using the microphone and that sort of thing. I want this 101 course to be purely us designing, okay? Yes, Erica is echoing the very difficult, yes. So we're going to all stay on pace. We're going to stay together. We're going to help one another stay together. And that's the way that we go. We go as a herd. So I don't leave anybody behind. So when one person is really like stuck in the mud and needs that help to get to the next point, everybody else kind of has to sit on their hands while we get that person up to speed. But nobody's really complaining about that when you're really learning. People complain about it when they can tell that you were off doing something else, or, you just, kind of decided that you was going to come late and then ask for help to catch up, that sort of thing. But when we're all helping one another, I am very, very patient. I'm very understanding, and I definitely am a confidence builder. I'm not somebody that's going to crush you because you can't do something, or you currently struggle with. I'm not going to say you can't do something. You presently struggle with something. I'm not going to crush you because of that. But what I will say something about is, if you come late and you don't have your stuff together, then I'm going to ask like, hey, you can watch this session, but please don't ask to be interactive, because you'll be so far behind. It's going to hurt the rest of the group. Okay. So just keep that in mind. So Colette, you don't have to have a dual screen. If you look on the homework, I made a video about dual screens. It used to be a requirement, meaning that your computer setup needs to have 2 screens. So you can watch on one screen and you can perform your Photoshop on the other screen. So if you watch that video, it kind of tells you the ways in which you can do a dual screen. You can hook your TV up to your laptop, or you can hook your TV up to your desktop computer with an HDMI cable, and sometimes with a VGA cable and have a second screen. You just need something to watch me on and something to perform your work on. Some people use a tablet, so they'll get their iPad and they'll watch me on Zoom on the iPad, and then they will also put Zoom on their computer or their laptop so that they can perform on one computer and then watch on another device. So I do allow you to use up 2 seats now without having to pay any extra fees. So if you need to use one Zoom seat to view me on your iPad or a different computer, and then, or even a smart TV. Some of you have smart TVs and they're able to go on the internet and go on the Zoom and all this other crazy stuff. I don't know. I barely turn my TV on. So if I do use my TV, most of the time it's streaming, straight from my computer. And that is an option too. You can stream from your computer. So there's so many different ways you can do 2 screens, but you're going to need to watch me on something. And then you're going to need to do your work on something else. If you try to do both of those on one screen, you're going to trip yourself up, because while I'm explaining something, you're going to be working on it. Your screen's going to be down and you're not going to see what we just worked on. Okay. Yep, 2 laptops will work. So you're going to sign in. You're probably going to need 2 different Zoom logins, because somebody was telling me when they tried to use the same Zoom login, it logged them in on one and then it would log them off of the other. So go ahead and create 2 Zoom logins. I'll recognize your name. Maybe use 2 different emails. I know all of us have a couple of different emails these days. So I'll recognize your name, and you are allowed up to 2 seats if you need that for to view. Okay. Now, I suggest in the long run that you do dual screens. It will make your life a whole lot easier. But just giving you that heads up that you don't have to have it in order to participate. Right? That's a great question, Colette. All right, and for the layer mask, let's see. That was what class? Was it 110? Rona, did you check? Was it 110? I'll look at myself. What course was it? Yep, 110. Okay, so 110 came with some masks here. And what I will do, I'll update that one. And I'll give y'all my butter. What I did hearts. I should do a butterfly one. So maybe I'll do. Have I ever done a butterfly mask for y'all? I don't think it's in this folder. So maybe I'll do a butterfly mask, because we have feathers, hearts, we have a little grunge. Maybe I'll do a butterfly. I've done a butterfly frame somewhere. So let me find it and I'll put it in there for you too. I promise I have a butterfly mask somewhere. As a matter of fact, I probably spent quite a lot of time making it. All right. So 110. Okay. I got you, Rona. Good deal. Good deal. Yay, Chrissy Boo. I'm glad you are excited. And it was good to see you shout out the True Ink too. I appreciate you dearly. Y'all don't know. Y'all are the reason why I'm still pumping doing this stuff. Because if it wasn't for you, I don't even know if I would still be doing t-shirts right now, because I wanted something where I could help people and also be creative at the same time. And I got to where when I was doing the store, I got to help my babies, which were, some of the local teens in the local area. Work got a little overwhelming with a lot of other responsibilities and familial stuff. So I kind of had to shut that down, and I missed that component. I missed helping my babies. I missed kind of having that connection with community. So I didn't really want to just make shirts just to make money. I really like to help people. So this kind of serves both of those purposes. So thank you all for allowing me to serve. It really is an honor. Scrappy tape, that is an excellent question. Yes, if you sign up, eventually, yes, you do get all the pre-recorded files over a period of time. And let me explain that. When you join as a member, and I don't mind y'all asking these questions, even though I know I said I was going to get off, but this helps so many people when y'all ask these questions, because you're not the only one with these questions. When you join, So I'm going to take you to here where you can learn more about the memberships. So if you join, whether it's a $30 or $60 membership, you immediately get these 4 courses unlocked. So it's course number 101 to 104. And then every 7 days, you're going to unlock a new course. So the longer you stay a member, you're going to unlock a new course every 7 days. So even with just a 1-month membership, I tell people if you just join for 1 month, you get well beyond what that $30 membership is worth. You get 4 classes, which is worth $120. They come with the templates, fonts. It comes with brushes. Like this one comes with the brushes that I normally sell. Each of these templates and brush packs for $20 each. That's not including the class instruction that comes with it. All right, so $120 is what you're going to get immediately, that value. And then every 7 days, you're going to unlock another $30 course. So you don't pay for the course, it just automatically unlocks for you, right? So by the end of the month number 1, you have 8 templates that are unlocked, which is a $240 value just for $30. I feel like a infomercial actor. So yes, for the low price of $30, you get $240 value in templates and courses. The other thing is you get a coupon code. So as long as you're an active member, the coupon code changes periodically. If you're a $30 member, you get a 67% off coupon code. And if you are a $60 member, you get a 75% coupon code. So let's say you want to unlock something early. Yes, if you wait, all of these, like for instance, 124 will be, oh, we don't have 124, we have 123. 123 is unlocked 19 weeks after your initial joining the group, right? As long as you stay current. But let's say you want 123 now, you don't want to wait 19 weeks. You can use your coupon code, and for the $30 members, your 67% off will make this under $10. And for the $60 VIP members, it makes this template $7.50. So you can access things early, and it will be much cheaper than having to buy the templates elsewhere, because sometimes I will sell templates on the Innate Lab website. Those will be $20. So you're still getting that content, you're getting early access to it, and able to use it immediately, okay? And all of these things unlock on a schedule of 7 days. So when you log in, let me see if I can log into my academy. I don't think mine is going to show that something is not locked because I think I have the full access, but I will show you what it looks like. Okay, so if you're a VIP member, the benefit to the VIP membership is not just that you get 75% off all products, you get to attend all live courses pretty much free of charge. So any live course that we do that is a part of the regular curriculum, you get to attend that and use this little credit card. It'll have a code in there where you can attend that class for free. If you are a $30 member, you just use your 67% off code and you can attend it for a discount. So instead of $60, you'll be paying somewhere, like $19 for that class. If you want to remain a $30 member and you don't think you're going to attend all the classes, if you attend at least 2 courses, then it's worth it to be a $60 member. If you don't think you're going to make 2 live classes, then I encourage you to do the $30 membership. Even though, I could be telling you to spend more money, I'm really trying to, protect you all as investors, because y'all are investing in this process. You aren't just customers or clients, you're investors in this process. So I have to make sure you succeed so that we all succeed. So I'm telling you now, if you don't think that you're going to do at least 2 live courses, then the $30 membership is probably best for you. All right, so you can also use your coupon on this exclusive all over split template that has been very viral lately. So go ahead and use your coupon code for that. Don't pay full price for that, because we just made it to where you can use your coupon code on this product here. All right, and what I was going to do is show you. So this is what you're going to open. I'm going to show you what it looks like from the back end. Okay, so it does give me some things that are unlocked. So see how this tells me this is going to unlock in 1 month. So 111 is not open for me. If I go down 104, okay, so 105 is going to unlock for me in 1 day. And I just started this membership, like just so I can see what you all see on the back end. So I started this membership and I can see that this unlocks in a day. This one's going to unlock in 8 days. So you get that countdown. And if there's a particular template that you want, let's say you wanted 122 like we talked about, that's not going to unlock until 4 months because that's pretty much 20 weeks, right? So if you want that early, you can click on the a la carte course and you can purchase it for $9.90 if you're a $30 member, and then $7.50 if you are a $60 member. So that has been helping people a lot. So I listen to y'all. I see what it is that we can work together on, and I do make those accommodations so so that we can all win together. All right. So great questions. Yes, Scrappy Tate. The videos that come along with the classes are actually the live class recorded. So you're not watching me. Like today, y'all watched me design something. And it can seem pretty simple to, to someone who knows Photoshop to just go through the ropes. But for someone who doesn't regularly use Photoshop, you run into different hurdles. So these videos and here into the academy are the students performing the work, and I'm guiding every last student through the process. And most of them are just sharing their screen when they get stuck. So those same positions that your cohorts are getting stuck on, you might be having that problem too. And it kind of helps you to see from the student perspective. So they are longer classes. They're 3-hour long classes, but it's going to show everybody in that class got through to the end, got to the end result. They all had a finished product that they could print and make money off of that night if they wanted to. And I do listen to you all for requests. And, if there's something that you all really want to learn or work on, or artwork that you traditionally pay someone else to do because you don't know how to do it or you don't know how to edit it, I want to know what you're spending money on PNGs and JPEGs, because we can make those classes and teach you all how to either design from scratch, or we can make a template. And usually the templates teach y'all more about Photoshop than I ever learned in the first 5 to 10 years of learning Photoshop. And I'm just now learning some more advanced techniques because I have to challenge myself now to think of new ways of things to show you all. So I want you to be aware that a lot of these, yes, they are templates, but we are literally digging down to how every bit of the function of these templates work so that you understand what a blend mode really does. You understand what a stroke is. You understand what a drop shadow is. You understand how you're able to make composite images, what layers are, how you use the text tool, all of that good stuff. Yes, Colette. The only class, it will tell you if it says on there that we build it from scratch. Like this one says design from scratch. These other ones have the templates with them. So what we're doing is we're working through how to take what you see and modify it so that you get the end result that you want. So if you have 4 images that you want to do for this, Savage design, you're going to replace your images. You're going to change your colors. You're going to use layer masks specific to the photos that you brought in. And at the end of it, you're going to have your own version of that design because you have done everything from A to Z, basically, that I have done in the template. So that's what we've been using to build up confidence, because I don't expect you. Y'all saw how long it took me, 4 hours, and I'm not even done with this template today. I don't expect y'all to do this every class. I don't expect me to do this. I don't even do this every week. So what I do is I will, for the most part, for the 100 level courses, I build something like this. And then what we do in the class is we work through why it does what it does, how we change it out. And then you gain a different perspective of how you will implement another design or another feature down the road. And it gets to the point where the reason why I call these 10-minute templates, once you learn a template, You're able to change out this photo, change out these colors, retype some words, bam, 10 minutes, new design. Okay? And then you're not paying people for art. So great question. Scrappy and Colette, good questions. All right, love. So it is about 5 here Eastern. So I have pretty much less than an hour to get back online to be ready for the jelly tonight. Y'all are gonna get into it. Y'all are gonna love it. So I hope nobody's intimidated. I hope everybody's coming there with a positive attitude, ready to tackle this, and I am definitely excited for our newbies. And the OGs that are going to be challenged tonight. Okay. All right, so I don't see any new questions popping up. If any of you have questions, please, 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 and I want to let you all know for the Innate Creatives group, ask your questions there because sometimes maybe I know I'm very hard to get in touch with, but Erica, she does all that she can to be available for the group, but even she may need 24 hours before she answers a question. So if you ask the question in the group, it's more likely that somebody's going to see it who knows the ropes. Some of our OGs like Corey or Rona might be able to help you say, hey, well, all you got to do is right click on this and that's how it works. Or here's the link to the academy, that sort of thing. So you all please ask your questions in the group. It's a community there, and it's not just relying on, one or two people to have to get back to all of this correspondence because it is extremely overwhelming. So much so that I don't even get on Facebook, period, unless I'm posting that, hey, I'm going live in a little bit. The social media scene has kind of worn me out. So I need to keep my resources in order to, of course, do this work and to provide for the family. All right, y'all are welcome. You're welcome. So Oscar, once I get this design done, it's not quite done yet. I don't want to give it to you like it is. I want to make sure it's cleaned up and ready to roll. Make sure that you contact Erica Kane in the Innate Creatives group and let her know that, give her your email. Make sure that you are joined to the Innate Lab website so that basically I can make sure that you have this template. Yes, Scrappy, you are able to watch the old videos as a $60 member. Any video that I have on YouTube pretty much is free to watch, but the class videos, I don't have those on YouTube because those are proprietary to us working through them. So every class that you unlock, you'll have the template and you'll have the video that goes right along with it. So every time you get the art, you'll also have a full video that goes with it. Okay. Great questions, y'all. And I am super excited that you all are excited and asking all these questions because that means you're interested. So if you have any further questions, make sure you ask them in the Innate Creatives group. We have a tech support, and then we also have like if you want to show off your designs. So you can't post in there your own post, but you can comment on the post, and that's how we're able to better keep track of what it is that you need. So comment in those areas, and then myself, probably Erica Kane is your go-to, and even some of the other members are very helpful to reach out to you and answer your questions. Yes, Erica gave me my buy before I did, so she probably need to get her little snack before 6 o'clock too. So I haven't even eaten for the day yet. So I appreciate y'all. I love y'all for real. Y'all know what it is. And unless I'm going to see you in class tonight at 6 or 7, bye.